Good morning, Mr. Selega. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chairperson.
Yes, are you ready?
We are ready, Chairperson.
We have Mr. Tsotsi again.
Indeed, Chair.
Well, Mr. Tsotsi, you mustn't start threatening us with sending us invoices for appearances, because I think one of the witnesses, I think Mr. Popumlefe, was saying now he's going to start sending invoices now because he has been coming to the commission so many times. Okay, yes, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi is represented by his attorney. He may want to place himself on record.
Mr. Ngabesha.
Ngabesha, indeed.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi is coming back to deal with some of the allegations that have been made against him or about him by some of the board members who have appeared before the Commission as of recent. And he has filed two supplementary affidavits, which I will refer the Chairperson to shortly. In the first affidavit, he explains particularly the issue regarding the composition of the board subcommittees in 2015. And the second supplementary affidavit, that's where he responds to some of the allegations that are made about him. The bundle in which those affidavits are contained, Chairperson, is Eskom Bundle 7, bracket B. Eskom Bundle 7, bracket B. And the page reference is 1222.
Before I say anything, Chair, am I going to speak under oath today? Or?
Before.
Yes, no, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Thank you. I just want to check some things. You said 9, did you say 912?
1222.
922.
1222, yes.
Okay. That is where the first
Supplementary affidavit is contained.
Now, I see on the spine of this file that it's got his name.
Yes.
And that may give the impression that one will get that this file contains all his affidavits, which might not be the case. Yes. If it just contains supplementary affidavits, I think the spine should reflect that, so that a few months from now, if I pick up this file, I shouldn't think that this is where I will find all his affidavits.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It is. That's correct, sir, because that's a continuation of his first. Yeah.
Okay, I found where they are. Okay, do you want to explain for the benefit of the public what his evidence will deal with today?
Yes.
And maybe also tell us which other witnesses you are going to call today.
Yes, no, indeed. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi will deal with an issue that arose on his first appearance, I think both on his first and second appearance, which was in relation to the composition of the subcommittees. He had exchanged emails with the minister, exchanging the list of how he sought to compose the subcommittees. And we showed him in his last appearance that there were certain spelling mistakes in the list that he conveyed to the minister. Whether he could explain that. He then took the time, after that questioning to prepare the supplementary affidavit to address that issue. And he will testify on that, about that list. That's the first thing.
In that regard, have the investigators ever been able to subject whatever computer he may have used at the time to some technical analysis to check whether there could be evidence of Mr. Salim Essa having sent him a list of the composition of the committees of the board? You remember he gave
Yes.
evidence that Mr. Salim Essa sent him an email
Correct.
where he was saying how the various committees of the board should be composed.
Yes.
And he was not in agreement with that. He prepared his own,
Yes.
which he sent to the minister. But he said that when the minister sent him her list, it was exactly the same as the one he had received from Mr. Salim Essa.
Yes.
At the time, I had said attempts should be made, if possible, to try and see whether this could be conclusively established, or whether we could find some way in terms of technology to
Yes.
get that
Yes.
he did receive from somewhere,
Yes.
from outside of Eskom, a proposed composition. I don't know if it was a proposed or it was, it was, this is the composition. You must implement it. I think I was told that there could be difficulties because I think the computer that he may have used might no longer be there or whatever. But
Yes.
I've never got a report back to say we have tried, we did not succeed.
Yes, that's correct. The chair hasn't gotten a report back. The position, as I understand, it's not the difficulty with the computer as such, but with the fact that Mr. Tsotsi might have received that communication from Mr. Salim Essa on his private email address, which, and I think Mr. Tsotsi will remind me his explanation that he closed that account, that email account some time back. But he also did do an exercise to see whether he could retrieve any emails from that account. And I think Mr. Tsotsi will tell us in due course that you said you couldn't find any of the email. So that's the extent to which the investigation has gone that far on that point here.
Of course, what we do know, if his evidence is correct,
Yes.
is that he's able to say he did receive an email from Mr. Salim Essa. He's able to say its contents were exactly or substantially the same as the contents that the minister subsequently sent to him with regard to how various committees of the board should be composed. It's just that I can't remember whether he said exactly the same or substantially the same.
Exactly
But I
the
do
same.
recall that the spelling errors appeared to be the same. I'm under the impression that Mr. Tsotsi did that we had the email which he said he got from Mr. Salim Essa, or did we not have? He just knew that he had received it.
Yeah, that one we don't have.
Yeah, we don't have, but
We don't have.
he knew some of the spelling errors which were in it, and he knew that what the minister sent to him was exactly the same or substantially the same.
Exactly the same according to him.
Yeah. So no, that will be
Yes.
something that is still some evidence. It might not be conclusive, but it is evidence that
Yeah.
he knows what he received and who he received it from, and he knows that when the minister sent him composition of the committees, it was exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So he will give evidence about that part of his previous evidence,
That's right.
and also give evidence, respond to some of the evidence given by Mr. Koko
Yes.
and by Ms. Viroshni Naidu.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Pominski.
And Mr.
And
Paminsky.
Mr. Pominski.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yes.
No, that's fine. Please administer the oath of affirmation.
Thank you. And in the afternoon, Chair, we are scheduled to proceed with the testimony of Ms. Suzanne Daniels. It will be again by video link because she's still overseas.
That's fine.
Please state your full names for the record.
Please switch on the mic. Yes.
Zola Tsotsi?
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No?
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Maybe we can just get dispose of that part about
Yes.
the emails. Yeah.
That's right. Chair, let me then have the affidavit, the supplementary affidavit admitted and confirmed by Mr. Tsotsi. Mr. Tsotsi, please turn to Eskom Bundle 7, bracket B on page 1222. We follow the black pagination. That's right.
Keep your mic on, Mr. Tsotsi. Somebody who has come to the commission as many times as you have should know that. So maybe you have not come back enough. Okay, all right. Let's continue.
1222.
I'm there.
You're there, thank you. This supplementary affidavit runs up to page 1228. With the signature above the deponent. You see that? You confirm that to be your signature?
Yes.
The affidavit, I see this, the date stamp on the police stamp is 11/12/2020. You confirm the contents of the affidavit
Yes, I
to
do.
be yours. Thank you, Chairperson. I will beg leave to have this supplementary affidavit admitted as Exhibit U 17.2.
As exhibit,
U 17.2.
I see that it looks like the Commissioner of Oaths did not initial every page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. I think he,
Okay. I think it's not the best scenario, but he will give evidence and confirm that
Yes.
what is. He will give evidence under oath and confirm that it's true.
yes, Chair.
Okay. This the supplementary affidavit of Mr. Andile Zola Tsotsi, starting at page 1222, will be admitted and marked as Exhibit U 17.2.
Correct. Mr. Tsotsi, the initials at the bottom of the page, is that yours or the commissioner's?
They are my initial.
Is it only you?
Beg your pardon?
Is it only your initials?
Yes.
Then the second supplementary affidavit is on page 1229. You see that, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I think I see what's happening here. This was confusing me. The minutes of the meeting of 8 February 2017 that appear on page 1220, but it's not the 1220 that belongs to the bundle. I think they've been uplifted from another bundle and put here. They were confusing me.
Or 1220.
Yes. But I think let's do the second supplementary affidavit and then I think that, I don't know if they are in annexure to the supplementary affidavit. Maybe they are not, but they've been put in here. What attracted me was what appeared to be a wrong pagination, but that may be because they've been taken from another bundle and put in here. But I think let's do the second supplementary affidavit and then we can take it from there.
Mr. Tsotsi, that one is on page 1229. Are you there?
Yes.
It runs up to page 1239.
Correct.
You confirm that to be your signature
Yes.
above your name? I see this affidavit. You also didn't date it. So we pick up the date from the stamp, 25 February 2021. Is that the date?
Yes.
You confirm the contents of the affidavit to be yours,
I do.
to be correct.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll beg leave to have this supplementary affidavit dated 25 February 2021, admitted as Exhibit U 17.3.
Yes, I think the police officers who acted as commissioners of oaths let Mr. Tsotsi down. They didn't fill in where they are supposed to fill in the date and the place of where the affidavit was deposed to and to initial every page. The supplementary affidavit of Mr. Andile Zola Tsotsi, which starts at page 1229, will be admitted and marked as Exhibit U 17.3.
Thank you, Chair.
What I was talking about is the document that comes after that affidavit,
After the first one,
after the second one.
the second one.
Yeah, it's minutes of a meeting, Eskom, and then at the top it says Eskom 18-2020. Do you not have such a document?
I don't have it in my file.
Well, I've got it here, and I'm supposed to have the same thing that you have.
Yes.
It's minutes of the Eskom Board Tender Committee meeting 12-2016/17 held at the Hugo Hunkulu boardroom. It's 8 February 2017. And so it must be bundle Eskom
Yes.
bundle 18.
That's in the wrong bundle, Chair.
Yes.
I know, yeah.
So
Yeah, he's apologizing.
I wonder who would have put it here, because it certainly seems not to belong.
Yes, no,
So it must go to the right bundle.
that's right.
Okay.
The apology has been tendered. Mr. Tsotsi, let's go to your first supplementary affidavit. Now you heard the conversation earlier between me and the chairperson about these emails regarding the composition of the subcommittees of the Eskom Board Committee, committees of the board. The exchange of emails it starts on page 1213 of the same bundle. So as we go there, Mr. Tsotsi, can you assist us in regard to your recollection? Because you do say in your first affidavit that talking about your second occasion when you engaged with Mr. Salim Essa, that the other occasion was when the board came into being, where I was required to place board members in subcommittees of the board. Salim Essa sent me his configuration, and asked that I pass it on to the minister as my submission.
I'm sorry, where are you reading from?
Chair, it's in Mr. Tsotsi's first affidavit, sorry, Chair. That will be Eskom Bundle 7.
Oh, okay.
Bracket B.
In another bundle.
Yes, it's in the
Yeah.
7 bracket A of.
Okay, no, I might not need to look at
Yeah.
it if you will read the relevant portions.
That's right. So Salim Essa sent me his configuration and asked that I pass it on to the minister as my submission. I quietly ignored his submission and sent mine to the minister, whereupon the minister responded with the exact submission I had received from Salim Essa. Now, if I pause there for a moment, because we're going to go into your meeting, the minister calling you to a meeting. The picture is exactly as the chairperson and I were talking. You receive a list from Mr. Salim Essa. And we've been trying to find out, how did you receive that list? So he sent it to you. Is it by email?
Yes, by email.
And we haven't been able to locate that. You have taken steps to do the same to find that list, or the email at least from him to you.
Yes, Chair, I've tried to find it, but that domain doesn't exist anymore, so I was not able to find anything.
But then you do say that the minister responded with the exact submission. So he says the exact submission.
Oh, that's important, yeah.
The exact submission I had received from Salim Essa.
Correct.
So how
So
is
it was not substantially the same, it was exact.
It was exactly the same, Chair.
Yes, including spelling errors.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
if you're looking for the page reference, it's page 31 of that Eskom bundle.
Yeah, I
7.
would like to have a look again.
Yes, I think.
Just to refresh my memory.
Page 31.
And this was on the same day, Mr. Tsotsi, or on another day when you sent yours to, well, you received Mr. Salima's composition. Then you sent yours to the minister. Then the minister sent SalimEssa's composition to you, effectively. Did this happen on the same day or over a few days?
I would suspect, Chair, that it would have been a few days,
Yeah.
because I recall that the minister was on holiday in Mozambique at the time,
Oh, okay.
so she was not in her office.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's paragraph 20.3, 20.4, 20.5 on page 31.
Yes.
So it's 20.4 where he says the minister responded with the exact submission I had received from Salim Essa.
Prior to this occasion, when Mr. Salim Essa sent you his proposed composition of the committees of the board, had you had interactions with him? I probably asked you this question before. Did you know each other, you and Salim Essa?
Yes, he knew me, Chair.
Oh, you knew each
Yes,
other?
and I knew him too, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. But you make the point that he said you must send it to the minister as your own.
That was his idea, yes.
Yes, yes. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, you may continue, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. And then, Mr. Tsotsi, did I ask you, how did the minister respond?
The minister has responded by email.
By email.
Yes.
Yeah, but that too we don't have.
No, I did not.
In terms of the exact same list or submission. If you see, when you on page 1213, so Richard, I'm going back to the first bundle. On page 12,
Okay,
I will come back to this one.
yes. I'm just, so this was soon after the appointment of the new board, eh?
That's
When
correct.
These email exchanges happened. Okay,
Yes.
can I put this away?
Yeah, but not, no, just next to you, Chair. Just next to you.
We'll come back to it.
I'm going to come back to it because
Okay.
I just want to exhaust this one point with Mr. Tsotsi. Mr. Tsotsi, on the one we are looking at, the first bundle we've been looking at, 7B, 1213. 1213, page
Yes.
1213. So there's an email from you to the minister, 16 December 2014.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And you say, "Dear Minister, I trust you are well. And please find below the preliminary deployment of non-executive board members to board committees. The audit committee at Eskom has always been chaired by a CA." Okay, let's leave that. Then you have what you call the preliminary deployment of non-executives. You have the names under various subcommittees. Have you
Yes.
gone far from it? So that's what you sent to the minister.
Yes.
I would be happy to discuss this deployment with you should you so wish. That's 16 December. And you do say, "I trust you are enjoying some rest." Okay, you said the minister was away.
Yes.
Now turn to the next page, page 1214. Now there's further emails.
Just 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Will somebody talk to somebody to make sure, if possible, that that group that is singing doesn't disturb us? Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a trail of emails, Mr. Tsotsi, and I think it starts on page 1215. on the 26th of Jan, there's an email from you to the Minister, Minister Lynn Brown, sent from iPad. But at the bottom of the page, I think you are forwarding the one at the bottom of the page to the Minister. Can you see the one right at the bottom of the page? It says, Dear Minister.
1214, yes.
Yes, it says, Dear Minister. 1215. Page 1215.
1215,
Yes.
yes,
The trail of email starts from there.
yes.
You see that? It says, Dear Minister. And then you say, please, fine, go to the next page. Please find the revised board subcommittee deployment as follows.
Yes.
So in December, it was your preliminary deployment.
Sorry?
In December 26,
Yes,
is it 16 or 15? 14, sorry. December 2014, you sent a preliminary
yes,
deployment list. And now it is January 2015, you sent the Minister a revised board subcommittee deployment list.
yes.
And what you see on the first list of December, well, I'm looking at the spelling mistakes of the names. I see some of them are still incorrectly spelled. Particularly Mr. Zitembe Koza is spelled as Zatembe Koza. But I know you have an explanation in your affidavit now. Then we have the Minister's response to you on the 26th of Jan. If you go back to page 1215, but the message is simply another. The Minister writing, it's a forward by the Minister to the officials in the department. She responds to you on page 1214 on the 28th of January 2015 at 8:21. From Lynn Brown to Zola Tsotsi, and others are copied there. It says, Dear Mr. Tsotsi, thank you for the email below regarding the composition of board committees. Given that this is a newly appointed board, it is my responsibility as shareholder representative to formally consider the composition of the committees. I would therefore appreciate it if the composition of board committees is submitted under formal cover letter with the following supporting information. Then she tells you a copy of the board resolution on the composition, the draft resolution, and gives you a list. What she doesn't do, however, is to provide you with her own composition.
Yes,
You remember this email?
I'm sorry, Mr. Solega. I've been going ahead of you looking at these emails
Yes, Chair.
and left you behind.
Oh,
So I won't say anything about what I've seen ahead of you, but I'll go back to where you are. Okay, what page are you now?
1214.
1214.
Yes, 1214.
Okay, all right. Of course, the fact that your next witness will only be after lunch
Yes.
doesn't mean we don't need to finish with Mr. Tsotsi as soon as possible. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Chair, thank you.
All right.
We will do the best to the issues, Chair. Justice
Yeah.
to the issues.
Yeah.
So, we are at the email, which is in the middle of the page, on page
Well,
12.
I just say that as far as I'm concerned, we shouldn't take
Okay.
more than 2 hours from 10 o'clock.
Yes, Chair. Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Tsotsi, there's no, you remember this email?
I do recall the email, yes.
Yeah. What is evident from here is that the minister doesn't communicate her own composition there. But she does show an interest in the composition of all the committees.
Yes. When you say the minister does not communicate her own list, she, I think, indirectly had done that. Because you recall I said that she at one point called me to a residence.
Oh, yes, you can go there, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe it will help. Where's the email from the minister with her composition, which you say was the same as Mr. Salim Essa's composition? I thought we did have that. Did we not have?
I'm not aware that it's there, Chair. I
Is
don't
that
know
so?
whether the investigating team had found anything.
The email that had spelling errors and so on, was it not from her? I think that your one to her also seemed to have some spelling errors. I don't know if it's the same spelling errors, but for example, Khoza was written as Khosa.
Yes.
Yeah, was that not the email from her?
I think what she had done was simply to just reflect what she had been sent. Because I sent that same email as it was to her. And it would have come back with looking exactly the same.
Okay. You got an email from Mr. Salim Essa
Yes.
with a composition. I'm under the impression that what you sent to the minister was your own composition, which was different from Mr. Salim Essa's composition.
I did do that, Chair.
Yes. But are you saying you also sent Salim Essa's email to the minister, or you say you didn't do
Yes, I did send Salim.
So you sent your own plus the one from
Yes.
Mr. Salim Essa. Okay. And then what she then sent to you was effectively the Salim Essa composition.
That is correct.
But that one that came from her, why do we not have it? Why
the
don't
one
we
that
have
came
that
from the
composition?
minister.
I thought we did have.
The one that came from the minister, Chair?
Yes. The composition.
No, we did, yeah.
No.
Do we only have Mr. Tsotsi's one?
We have Mr. Tsotsi's one in the emails.
Yeah. How do we not have that one? I assume that the investigators looked at the
Mr. Tsotsi's emails.
at the minister, even the minister's emails, and her PA, Miss Kim Davids.
Big.
Did they do that? I was under the impression that previously we did have the email from the minister, and we had the email from Mr. Tsotsi to the minister. What I wasn't sure about was whether we had Mr. Salim Essa's email. But I thought the one that Mr. Tsotsi sent to the minister, we did have, and the one that the minister sent back to to Mr. Tsotsi, I thought we did have. But if Mr. Tsotsi says he's not aware of it, it must be that I was mistaken. Because he would know if the bundle that he has used did have it.
Yes.
And you also don't seem to remember that we had it.
Now, I know we don't have the ministers.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so I must be mistaken then. But why? How come we don't have it?
Yeah, yeah, she's finding out from the investigators because I see the minister is using what appears to be her private email address, Mr. Tsotsi. The first one is Eskom's email account, the one in December, Mr. Tsotsi.
I mean, if we have Mr. Tsotsi's email,
We should have the ministers.
we should have the minister's one,
Yes.
at least.
Because we do have the minister's
And-
response to you
Actually, we should have Salim Essa's one
as
as
well.
well.
Yeah. Yeah,
So how come we don't have
Oh.
those?
you make note of that. Chair.
Would your junior maybe in the meantime speak to the investigator? I assume the investigators are not here.
They are not
Speak
here.
to them to try and get an answer on
Yes, Chair.
on how come we don't have these emails
Yes.
and what efforts were made to try and get them.
Yes.
Is it that they have tried everything, they couldn't get them, or what is the position? I mean, that would include looking at Mr. Tsotsi's Eskom computer that he used at the time. That would include looking at the minister's computers and her PA, Ms. David's computers at the Department of Public Enterprises, and so on. Okay,
Yes, Chair, thank you.
all right.
Yeah, just to then go to your affidavit, Mr. Tsotsi, as you deal with it, this aspect in your affidavit. I think you have now answered, already tendered the answer to the chairperson, whether you sent that email which had mistakes or spelling mistakes to the minister. Your first supplementary affidavit answers that question,
Correct.
which is on page 1222.
Well, can we just maybe quickly go through these the emails,
Yes,
even
sir.
without going to the affidavit, just
Yes.
to complete this thing?
Yes.
Mr. Tsotsi, at 12, page 1213. There's an email there from you to Ms. Lynn Brown, the minister, is that correct?
Yes.
And the subject is deployment of non-executive board members to board committees. That's the email that Mr. Selega has already read into the record. Now, that is the composition that you say you sent to the minister, that is composition of the committees of the board.
As I had received it from Mr. Salim Issa, yes.
Okay. Are you saying that the composition of the committees of the board, as reflected in this email that you sent to the minister, was taken as it was from the email from Mr. Salim Issa?
Yes, Chair.
So in other words, this composition was not yours.
No, it was not my formulation.
It was Mr. Salim Issa's composition.
Yes.
But you presented it to the minister as yours.
That's what I did initially, and I subsequently then sent mine, one that I had
Yes,
worked.
because the email there says, "Dear Minister, I trust you are well and enjoying some rest. Please find below the preliminary deployment of non-executive board members to board committees. The audit committee at Eskom has always been chaired by a CA. We may have to deal with media reaction to this change. Are you contemplating limiting the board to 13? The previous board had 14 members. For those serving on 3 committees, depending on their day jobs, the workload may be quite taxing. And then you say audit and risk committee, the members would be Chwaita, Mabute, and he or she would be the chair. It's just that I don't know if it's a he or a she. Then the other members of the audit and risk committee would be Ms. Viroshni Naidu, Nadia Karim, Romeo Kumalo, Norman Baloy. Then you had the tender and procurement committee. You said the chair would be Ben Gubane. The other members would be Mark Pamensky. Then you wrote ZATHEMBE, Zatembe, XHOSA, Xhosa, Zatembe, Xhosa. The next member was Nazia Karim. The next member was to be Chwaita Mabute. Now I stop there. There was no member of the board who was Zatembe Xhosa. Is that correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
There was a member of the board who was Zatembe, which is ZETHEMBE, Xhosa, KHOZA, not Xhosa. So this was, to the extent that it may have been intended to be a reference to Mr. Zatembe Xhosa, it was a very conspicuous spelling error, certainly for his surname, but also it's not Zatembe, it is Zatembe.
Yes.
Okay. Then we go to the IFC, that is the Investment and Finance Committee. Then you said it should be composed in this way. The chairperson should be Mark Pamensky. Then the other members would be Viroshni Naidu, Zola Tsotsi, Pat Naidu, again Zatembe Xhosa, ZATHEMBE, Xhosa, XHOSA. Again, same mistake as in the reference to Zatembe Xhosa under the Tender and Procurement Committee. And then you said under the People and Governance Committee, the chair should be Nazia Karim, and the other members should be Ben Gubane, Zola Tsotsi, Romeo Kumalo, Venet Klein. And then under the Social Ethics and Sustainability Committee, you said the chair should be Venet Klein, the other members should be Pat Naidu, Viroshni Naidu, and Norman Baloyo. Baloyo is Baloyo. Now you confirm that there was no member of the board who had that surname of Baloyo.
Yes.
There was a member of the board whose surname was Baloyi.
Yes.
Baloyi. So you then say, after giving this composition, I would be happy to discuss this deployment with you, should you so wish. Kind regards, Chairman. So you presented this composition of these committees, 5 committees, as your suggestion.
Initially, yes.
Initially, yes. Why did you do that? Were you happy with this composition, or did you do it because Salim Essa made this suggestion that you should present it as yours to the minister?
Essentially, that was the reason, Chair, I did it the first time.
Yes. And then what happened later on?
Thereafter,
you say you sent another one later on.
Yes, because I realized that this would not work, because a lot of them were not in correspondence to their professions that the people were at the time. And also, there were some committees that I, as chairman, should not be involved in, such as the IFC, for example. So I certainly had to revise what was here, and then I subsequently sent the revision to her. And
Yes.
this is what we don't have.
Yes, no, now, at the time you sent this email to the minister, did you appreciate the spelling errors that we have talked about in the surnames of the two members of the committee and the name in regard to one? Or did you not pick them up? Or did you have a reason to say, I don't want to change the spelling, let it go as it is?
Chair, I just decided to take what I got and just simply put it and just passed it on to the minister, essentially. So I did not have any intent of changing anything. That as I'd received it initially.
Yes, but my question is whether you did pick up the spelling errors and decided to leave them as they are.
I certainly did pick up the spelling errors, yes.
Yes, yeah, and decided to leave them as they were.
I decided to leave them as they were, yes.
Yes. No special reason to say, let me leave them as they are, or was there a special reason?
I would not say there's a special reason, Chair, except to say I just wanted what I had received to appear exactly the way it had come.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, do we have your subsequent email to the minister where you then sent another composition or an amended composition?
That is the email that I do not see here.
Yes.
And that is the one that we just had a discussion about earlier.
Yes.
That you
did
asked that.
Yes. We don't have
I
that,
should look
Mr.
into.
Selega.
We do have it here, Chair. Just before you move on, Chair, I should also point out the other spelling mistake
Yeah.
in regard to Nadia Karim, Nazia Karim.
Nazia, yes.
So under audit and risk,
Yes.
she spelled Nadia,
Yes.
and under tender procurement, she's Nazia.
And the correct one is which one? Nadia or Nazia?
Nazia.
Nazia.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Tsotsi is Nazia.
Okay.
Then,
Okay, then I think if we have got Mr. Tsotsi's subsequent email with a different composition or an amended composition,
Yes.
let's go to that one.
that's on the bottom of page 1215. It starts there and goes to the next page.
Yes. Okay. So this first one was sent on the 16th of December 2014 at
Okay.
2:08
Yes.
by Mr. Tsotsi to Ms. Lynn Brown. And then on 26 January 2015 at 13:42, Mr. Tsotsi sent to Ms. Lynn Brown another email, and the subject is deployment of non-executive board members to board committees. And it says, Dear Minister,
Correct.
please find the revised board subcommittee deployment as follows. Audit and risk and tender and procurement and IFC. So I think that's the committees you are going to deal with. And then it says Trita Mabute, Chair. Then it says Ben Gubane, Chair. Mark Pamensky, Chair. Viroshni Naidu, Trita Mabute, Pet Naidu, Nadia Karim, Zatembe, Koza. Now, Koza is spelled correctly, but I think the A after Z is not correct. But Koza is spelled correctly. Romeo Kumalo, Nazia Karim, so Nazia is written correctly. Venet Klein, Norman Baloy. I'm not sure that I follow there.
Yes, Chair.
What is the position? You
Okay,
have too many chairs there.
Yeah, let me just explain how this unfortunately came to. This would have been a table, but I think by the time it got somehow corrupted, I don't know, but I can follow it. What it is that you've got audit and risk. If you imagine in a tabular form,
So because you have got audited risk
Yeah,
first,
just say audit and risk is one table, tender is another table, and procurement is the third table. So Kwaita Mabuda goes into the first table, Ben Gubane goes into the second table, that's tender, and Mark Paminsky goes into the third,
yes,
that's IFC. Then you
Yes.
follow the same sequence.
Yeah.
Vishnu Naidu goes under audit and risk, Kwaita Mabuda then goes under tender, Pat Naidu goes under IFC. The same thing again as the third line. Nadia Karim goes under audit and risk. Zetemba Koza goes under tender. And again, Zetemba appears under procurement, under IFC.
so Mr. Zatembe Koza would be in two committees.
Those two committees, yes.
Okay,
Yes. And then again, you have Romeo Kumaro audit, Nazia Karim in the tender, Bernard Klein in the IFC. And then Norman Baloy would then be an additional member in the Audit and Risk Committee. So that's how we do them.
yes,
Worked out.
yes, okay.
The same thing with the following one.
And then you have got people and governance, social and ethics, ethics and sustainability.
That's right.
And then under that heading, you have got Zatembe Koza, and the spelling for both the name and the surname is correct, yeah, chair. Then you've got Venet Klein, chair, Ben Gubane, Pet Naidu, Zola Tsotsi, Firoshni Naidu, Venet Klein, Norman Baloy. Then you have Traita Mabute, Zola Tsotsi. Just explain it the way you explained the first one again.
Right. Again, people and governance, Zatemba Koza is the chairperson. And then social ethics and sustainability, Bernard Klein is the chairperson.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think it's better if you do one committee and
Right.
complete it. So the chair is so and so, then the other members. Yeah.
Okay. The way it would be then, Chair, is that people and governance committee members would be Zatemba would be the chairperson, Ben Gubane is a member of the committee, Zola Tsotsi a member of the committee, Bernard Klein a member of the committee, Kwaita Mabuda a member of the committee.
Okay,
And then social ethics and sustainability, Bernard Klein is the chairperson, Pat Naidu is a member of the committee, Hiroshni Naidu a member of the committee, Norman Baloy a member of the committee, Zola Tsotsi a member of the committee.
yes, okay. And then you say emergency task team and new build. Then you have got Ben Gubane, chair, Zola Tsotsi, member, Viroshni Naidu, member, Nazim Karim, member, Romeo Kumalo, member, and then you say kind regards chairman, sent from my iPad. So now, this was sent on the 26th of January 2015, 16 minutes to 4 p.m. Was this your real, genuine suggestion of how the committees of the board should be composed?
That's correct, Chair.
And when one compares this composition with the one you sent to the minister by way of your email of 16 December 2014, there are, I would assume, a number of differences. Is that correct?
There are some differences.
Yes.
The important difference have got to do with me in particular.
Sorry?
The important difference have got to do with the chairperson because of the need for the chairperson not to sit in some of the committees.
Maybe what should happen, Mr. Selega,
Yes.
if your junior could, because I don't think this is done anywhere, but you will tell me if it is done.
Yes.
If she could work out the differences between the two
Yes.
lists. I assume, I take it that she was following how Mr. Tsotsi explained who would be in which committee in terms of his own composition.
Yes, I've done it.
And compare, and then so she can prepare her document. just by hand,
Yes.
which she can give to you later on before Mr. Tsotsi leaves the witness stand. But then he can just confirm that the following are the differences between the two compositions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So you confirm, Mr. Tsotsi, that this email of the 26th of January that you sent to Lynn Brown represents your suggestions in the true sense, and that the one of the 16th of December, although you presented it to the minister as your suggestion, but actually you just took Mr. Salim Esa's composition and you sent it to her as is, as was. Yeah. Okay, all right. I think this is important. So, because what it means is that you are saying, even if we might not be having the email from the minister that where she sent you her composition, you are saying that once you had received it, you compared it with the composition of Mr. Salim Essa, and you realized that they were exactly the same.
Yes.
That's what you are saying.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You may continue,
Yes.
Mr. Selega. I thought it's important to
Yes.
get this right, but it might be important to go to to the emails that were exchanged in connection with this. But
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure this is clarified.
Well, that's fine, Chair.
So I leave it to you. I know that I interrupted you. You might have wanted to refer, and it may be important to refer to the contents of the emails exchanged as well. But I'll leave it to you.
Yes, no, that's fine. I think what the
And of
chairperson...
course, previously they may have been covered, but
Yes.
there may be some things to
enlighten.
to highlight. For example, what we have covered now,
Yes.
we may have covered before, but I don't think as clearly as it now emerges.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. So it may well be that in the emails exchanged as well, there are things that we should highlight.
So Mr. Tsotsi, I think, I mean, the one thing that you seek to correct is what was stated previously in your first affidavit, that you had ignored Salim Esa's submission to you. Tell the chairperson.
Yes.
So you in fact did not ignore it, you did send it to the minister in December 2014.
Yes, I think ignored in the sense of that being the final, ignored it in the sense of it not being the final document that would represent the change, the actual formulations, but not ignored it in the sense of not having passed it on to the minister. Maybe that's the clarification I should make.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing you might want to explain is, when you sent the email to the minister in December.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Selega.
Yes.
I thought you would question Mr. Tsotsi further on this, on the evidence about ignoring. But Mr. Tsotsi, there aren't two meanings about ignoring something.
Yes.
There's only one meaning. Ignoring something is to do nothing about it, isn't it?
Yes.
Here you didn't do nothing about Mr. Salim Esa's composition. You did exactly what he asked you to do. You presented it to the minister as your own, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Therefore, it's not correct to say you ignored it. It can't be correct.
Yes.
Yeah. You may later on have decided that, no, you thought that composition was wrong and then sent another composition,
Yes.
but can't be correct to say you ignored it.
I
You
think
accept
that's what I meant when I initially wrote that.
Yes,
Okay,
but
yes.
what I'm putting to you is, it wasn't true to say you ignored it
Yes.
when you knew that you did actually do what Mr. Salim Essa asked you to do about it.
Yes.
Namely, present it to the minister as yours.
Yes,
You accept that?
yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Mr.
thank you,
Salega?
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that takes care of, I was going to follow it up. It takes care of it, Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, it shows that we didn't collude. So I didn't know you were still coming back to it. So
Yeah.
I thought you were leaving it. And maybe you,
Yeah.
okay, but
Yes.
you may
No.
continue.
No, because the submission in the affidavit, Mr. Tsotsi, is quite clear. It says, I quietly ignored.
Sorry?
What Mr. Tsotsi said in his affidavit, he says, I quietly ignored his submission
Yes.
and sent mine to the minister.
Yes.
So, I mean,
It doesn't suggest
it doesn't
that he
ass-
sent it, yes. Well, continue, deal with
Yeah.
that.
So I think it's very clear, Mr. Tsotsi,
Yes.
he doesn't admit of another interpretation.
Yes.
You know. But after you send this to the minister, you do say in your email, I would be happy to discuss this development with you. You should, with you, should you so wish. Between after this and the sending of the next email in January 2015, was there a discussion with the minister that led to the revision of this list?
No, there was no discussion with the minister herself, no.
Yeah. Chair, you may want to know the minister's version on this.
Yes, no, that's important. Yes. Yes. That's important. But I don't know whether, let's hear the minister's version. And obviously, we need to look at that email from her to
Yes.
Mr. Tsotsi on the 28th of January.
That's right. And this,
And I take it that particular email, which is at 12:14, the bottom one, or from the middle of the page, from the minister to Mr. Tsotsi,
Yes.
is a response to Mr. Tsotsi's email of 26
it would,
January. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a response from the minister to you in response to your email of 16 December? That is the one where you sent him Mr. Salim Essa's composition. Did she respond to that, as far as you remember?
On the 16th of December.
Yeah.
She, like I said, Chair, she responded with the same version that.
Yes,
Chairperson.
but that response, do you know whether it was after you had sent the second one, your composition on the 26th of January, or was it before you sent your own suggestion of the composition?
It would have been before.
It would have been before.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether, in response to what she sent you, you said anything, or the next thing you did was to send him your own composition of the 26th of January?
Yes, that's what I did, yes. I
Yeah,
sent my own
okay,
composition.
okay. All right.
yes. So then, Mr. Tsotsi, while still there, when does the minister call you to meet with her, where you found her in the presence of Salim Essa and Mr. Tony Gupta?
I don't remember exactly the sequence, but obviously it would have been, I think, sometime in January, because she would have been gone for a good part of December. And this would have happened sometime in January.
Okay, this is the impression in one's mind, that you would have sent the first email with the composition.
Yes.
in December 2014. You would have followed that up, or prior to you following it up, you say the minister would have sent a composition
Yes.
which matched that of Salim Essa.
Yes.
But then, why would she do that if it is the same as Salim Essa's? Because she should actually respond to yours, which differs from Salim Essa's.
She would have responded to mine, for sure. Which is what I'd said in my affidavit. Her response would have been from what the changes that I had made in what I sent her.
Yes, then it makes sense if it's like
Yes.
that. Yeah, you follow. Then it makes sense if it is like that.
Yes. Because if I'd not made any changes, she would not have any reason to respond
Yes.
with what had come from Salim Essa.
Yes. So, Chair, what Mr. Tsotsi is explaining here is the sequence. Because he was saying to you, the minister would have responded to him after his email of December with the minister's own composition. But then my question to him was, if
After his email of,
December 2014, the first
the
email,
16th December one.
correct, he was saying to you the minister would have responded with the minister's composition, which was the same as Salim Essa's. So I was asking, but what would be the point? Because the minister had the same composition in mind. She didn't have to respond to you. So what he's explaining is, well, the probability is that the minister would have responded with Salim Essa's same composition only after his revised composition of January 2015.
Oh,
Yes.
but is that something you remember as having happened in that sequence, or you are speculating as to how it happened, namely when in relation to your email to the minister of 16 December 2014 and your email to her of 26 January 2015? In other words,
There is a communication that is not here,
yes.
and that is between myself and the minister, following my sending her what Salim Essa sent me. So I then sent her what I then reformulated from what.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Following
My having sent her what Salim Essa had sent me.
Okay, yes. There was some interaction, subsequent interactions.
Yes.
Before you sent your composition on 26 January.
Yes, definitely.
During that period.
Yes.
On the same subject, the interactions were on the same subject?
Yes, Chairman. You see, that email that I'd sent to her, which differed from what Salim Essa had sent, is what caused her to call me to her residence, where Salim Essa and Tony Gupta were present, and then said to me that the composition of the board will be as she had sent it to me.
Yes. Now, I did see that when I looked at your affidavit earlier on,
Yes.
that in relation to that you said exactly that.
Yes.
You say in your affidavit that he called you, she called you,
Yes.
and at that meeting, both Mr. Salim Essa and Tony Gupta were there.
Correct.
That's what you say. And you do say in your affidavit, she said that the composition of the committees of the board would be as she had sent them to you.
Yes.
I did see that, yeah. So, but I think the unfortunate thing is that in your affidavit, you don't give dates as for that meeting or an estimate. But what is your recollection, if you do have any recollection, as to around about when that meeting happened in relation to the 16th of December when you sent her the Salim Essa composition and the 26th of January when you sent her what you say was your real composition. Did it happen between the two dates, or did it happen after the 26th of January?
No, it happened between the two dates.
Between the two dates?
Yes, sometime in January.
Yes.
It would have been early January.
It would have been early January.
Yes.
You see, if it happened after the 26th of January, it may well be that she would have called you to a meeting to make this point because she realized that you were not going along with her composition. Okay? If you met before the 26th of January with her, then you must have communicated with her in one way or another that you were not going along with her list, with her composition. Otherwise, why would she call you?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
You did communicate that.
I did communicate to her subsequent to, like I said, subsequent to what I'd sent initially as having been
Yes.
Salim Issa's. I sent her my
Yes.
version. And then she came back and said, no, I must stick to the one that is the same as what Salim Issa had sent.
Yes.
So then, this is all happening before the 26th.
So,
To my recollection.
so are you therefore saying when you sent her the composition of the 26th of January, it was not the first time that you were sending her a composition that was different from the Salim Essa composition?
It was not the first time, yes.
And are you sure about that? Because I don't think we have an email that that reflects that you sent her a composition prior to the 26th of January. Are you sure about that?
I seem to recall as such, Chair, because that is the email I'm saying we do not have here.
Yes.
Remember, initially I said there is an email that is missing,
Yes.
and that is the one which I believe would have reflected the changes that I initially proposed
Yes.
to the minister.
How different, if you are able to remember, you might not remember, is your composition of the 26th of January? How different was it from the composition that you sent her at some stage between the 16th of December and the 26th of January?
To my
is it the
recollection,
same?
Chairman, the only thing that I can clearly remember is that I had taken myself out of, particularly the IFC.
Yes.
The other thing I would have done, if it was not, I don't recall by looking at this, but I would have liked to have used the experience of Kwaita Mabuda in to chair one of the committees. I don't remember which one. I suspect it could have been the audit committee, or maybe people in governance. I can't remember, but I don't remember the details, to be honest.
Okay, but also in the meantime, thank you for giving me probably the correct pronunciation for, is it Mr. Mabute? Twaita, not Twaita.
Kwaita.
Yeah.
Kwaita.
Yeah, no, I think I've been saying Twaita, and I'm embarrassed that I thought it can't be Twaita, maybe probably Twaita, so it is Twaita.
Kwaita.
So you say you are taking yourself out of the Investment and Finance Committee. That is one thing you remember.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, but if that meeting happened somewhere between 16 December 2014 and 26 January 2015, it means that despite the minister having insisted to you in that meeting that the composition of the committees would be as, in effect, Salim Essa had given them to you. Of course, she was saying, as she had given them to you. It would mean that you persisted in coming up with a different composition. Is that right?
That is correct, Chairman.
Is that what happened?
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now I see that the revised or the composition of committees of the board that you sent on 26 January 2015, the one that is at page 1215, you sent at 18 hours 52, but there is another one which appears at page 1218. It's of the same date, and that is 26 January 2015, and it's sent at 1853. And do you see that one? Do we know whether it is exactly the same as the other one? It appears to have been, the email to have been redone. I'm not sure.
It's a duplication.
Mr. Selega and your junior, have you checked whether the two are the same, the composition? Or you had not looked at that? I think your junior can look as well to whether there is a difference in the composition between the email at page 1218 and the email starting at page 1215 at the bottom and continuing at page 1216. So, because if there is a difference between the two, then we need to know, and that might be the reason why it may have been sent. The latest one was sent a minute or two after the other one. What's your recollection, Mr. Tsotsi? Is it that you may have sent on one day two different compositions, or what? They seem to be.
I would have thought they would be the same. I don't recall, quite honestly, Chairman.
Yes.
But I would have, my initial reaction would have been that they would have been the same.
But I see that it's the composition in the one or at 1218, in terms of how you arrange, it needs the same explanation that you gave in regard to the other one as to who, if you want to find out who was going to be in what committee. Okay, so I think your junior will check that so that we would be able to say the first one of 16 December was like this, the second one of 26 January, if you compare the two, what you find, and then if you compare the one at 1218 with the one at 1215, what are the differences? So that we know that. Okay, all right.
I've just gone through them, Chairman. They are the same.
They are the same.
They are the same?
Yes.
Okay, all right. But the Mr. Selegas Jr. will just confirm because she will have a little bit more time to look at it than you have to. Okay, all right, Mr. I think Mr. Selega, if I'm not mistaken, you were going to look at the content of the emails, but you were also going to put Ms. Lynn Brown's version.
Yes, Chair.
So feel free to proceed as you want to.
And Chair, her affidavit.
Oh, I see we have gone past the tea break.
I thought, no, I let it go, Chair, because I thought when we take a break, we will take the long time break.
No,
I was aware of it.
I suspect you probably still need more time than you have between now and 12.
Yes, indeed.
Because there have been lots of discussion on the issues.
Yes.
No, let's take the tea break so that when You can use the tea break also to just rearrange how you want to deal with the
Indeed.
issues. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let's take a tea break. We will return at, it's nearly 22. We'll return at 10 to 12.
Thank
We
you.
adjourn. bundle 7.
7 bracket A.
Yeah. Okay.
And I want to go straight to the page, which is page 444.
What is the page you should go to?
444.
Okay.
Eskom bundle.
Okay, which one is it?
7A.
Is it 444?
Yes. Yes, Chair. 444.
Yeah, they've written on top of the numbers there.
Yes. The previous page is 443.
Yeah.
That one can see. And 444 is hidden by the letters of the affidavit. But paragraph 43 of it. And I'm going to skip some of the paragraphs, Chair. It says, legally, I was only responsible for the appointment of members of only 2 board committees at Eskom. These are the Audit and Risk and the Social and Ethics Committee. Now, you saw in the email, the minister actually wanted you to account to her in respect of all the subcommittees. So, sorry, you have to keep, the page 1214 open in the other file, Mr. Tsotsi. Those emails exchanged with the minister. So 1214, page 1214, where the minister says, Dear Mr. Tsotsi,
Yes.
thank you for the email. Then she says, given that this is a newly appointed board, it is my responsibility as shareholder representative to formally consider the composition of the committees. So she did not limit it to Audit and Risk and Social and Ethics Committee.
Yes. She actually had no. I'm saying what is said here, Chair, is correct, that her responsibility would be those 2 subcommittees. The rest of those committees really did not require her authorization. Yes. But I see here that she states that she would like to be informed of the composition of all the board subcommittees.
Yeah. Because even the next paragraph in her email, she says, I would therefore appreciate it, in the email, I would therefore appreciate it if the composition of board committees is submitted under formal cover letter with the following supporting information. So she wanted all the board subcommittees.
That's correct.
Did you respond? Did you provide her with the information as requested in this email?
I would, in the normal course of things, Chair, I would have provided her with the information that she required.
Well, let's see what, Chair, there are other significant things there in the minister's affidavit, but I want to go to where she deals directly with Mr. Tsotsi's version. And that's on the next page, 445, from paragraph 56. Mr. Tsotsi, you are there. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. She says, I cannot comment on a list that allegedly was sent by Mr. Essa to Mr. Tsotsi, as I have never seen it. Mr. Tsotsi never specified at any stage the composition of this list, nor did he ever indicate what was his own drawn-up list look like. It is inexplicable to me that in the execution of the board's task of appointing members of board committees, Mr. Tsotsi would not generate his own list, but would rather work from a list allegedly compiled by a stranger to Eskom. Then she says, I persist in denying that a Mr. Tony Gupta.
Yeah, now she is dealing with a meeting there.
Yes. But
What,
the first
What?
two paragraphs.
sorry?
I say the first two paragraphs.
Yes,
Yes.
what she says nothing about where one would have expected it to say something about this is at paragraph 56 and 57. What she says nothing about is the evidence by Mr. Tsotsi that the composition that he sent her on the 16th of December was from Mr. Salim Essa, and that the composition that she returned to, she sent to Mr. Tsotsi was exactly the same. But of course, she was responding here to Mr. Tsotsi's affidavit, not to the evidence that we have just heard.
Yes.
So it might be important to check whether the part where Mr. Tsotsi says the composition of the committees that was sent to the minister on the 16th of December was Mr. Salim Essa's composition. I don't know if he makes that clear in the affidavit. Do you recall whether you make that clear in your earlier affidavit, not this one, the recent ones?
No,
I would have made it clear, Chair. I'm sure I did.
But I think you would have made it clear that the composition she sent you was the same as Mr.
Yes.
Salim Essa's one.
Yes.
You would have made that clear.
Yes, that is clear, Chair.
What I'm not sure about is whether it's clear that Mr. Salim Essa's composition is the one reflected in Mr. Tsotsi's email to the minister of 16 December.
Yes. Well, right now, Mr. Tsotsi says, yes, it is.
Yeah.
He says that is the list he received from Mr. Essa. But that is only now, Mr. Tsotsi, because in the first affidavit, the message that one picks up from your affidavit is that what you received from Salim Essa, you didn't pass on to the minister. Instead, you sent your own and ignored Mr. Salim Essa's. That's the submission in the first affidavit. So then, if the minister says, the list you say you received from Salim Essa, I never saw it, she will be right in saying that because in the first affidavit you said you never passed it on to her.
Yes.
Yeah. But now, obviously, she has to respond, well, but is she going to know whether or not it's Salim Essa's list of the 16 December 2014? One will have to do a comparative analysis. But what is curious in the response by the minister, Chair, which is clear from Mr. Tsotsi's version, is that there was an exchange of emails. I sent my list to the minister. The minister doesn't seem to answer that part. In fact, she's saying it's strange that Mr. Tsotsi would have relied on somebody else's list and not created his own list. And doesn't say whether or not she received the list from Mr. Tsotsi. she seemed to indicate that she didn't. Mr. Tsotsi, let's see, Mr. Tsotsi never specified at any stage the composition of this list, which is supposedly Salim Esa's list, nor did he ever indicate what his own drawn-up list looked like. But that, obviously, there's an email where you sent your revised list.
Yes, Chair, if the more I look at this email that I sent to her, the more it seems to me that there is a suggestion that I was priming the minister that I would make some changes.
There's a suggestion that,
That I was priming the minister that I would be making some changes in this
yeah,
composition. So I just think that it's a pity that there isn't that communication, which I subsequently sent to her. On the issue of ignoring, I think my original affidavit was really dealing with the idea of ignoring the content of what Mr. Essa had sent me, knowing that I would be infusing my own content in terms of the composition. I think that's what was living in my mind at the time I wrote the affidavit, because I was saying to myself, I'm not going to bother with this guy's submission, I'm going to do my own submission.
yes,
So that I think that is, I'm now trying to interpret what I think what was in my mind at the time. Though it does
Yes,
not, it does not reflect the fact that I did send his
yeah, but you
version.
see,
Yeah.
what we do know now, because you have said you did send Mr. Salim Esa's composition to the minister, is that you did not ignore it.
That's correct.
You see,
Yeah.
so saying you ignored it was incorrect.
Yes.
Even if you knew you were going to send your own later, by sending it to the minister, you were not ignoring it.
Yes.
You see, so that part of your previous affidavit, where you may have said you ignored it, could not be correct. Well, I see that in paragraph 40 of the minister's affidavit, she does say she rejects Mr. Tsotsi's accusations, that's 40.1, 40.2.
Yes.
In particular, I reject the accusation that I was in collusion with the Guptas or any other person in executing my duties as a minister. She puts was in collusion in quotation marks. So one must take it that she is therefore saying unless she would be able to explain how come she came up with exactly the same composition that Mr. Salim Essa came up with, unless she could explain that it would appear that they may have been working together, unless Mr. Tsotsi, you are wrong to associate his or her, that is the minister, her minister's composition of the committees with Mr. Tsotsi's composition, because she would say, why don't you associate it with the composition you sent me? You sent me a certain composition by way of your email of the 16th of December. I sent you exactly the same composition. Why don't you say the composition that the minister sent to me was the same as the composition that I sent him, I sent her? In other words, the fact that she sent you a composition of the committees of the board that is the same as the composition that Mr. Salim Essa sent you might not necessarily mean that there was collusion between herself and Mr. Salim Essa if she simply said, I'm taking Mr. Tsotsi's composition. He sent me this. Here is the email of the 16th of December. I was happy with it. I didn't say, I'm happy with your composition. I did send him a new document, but it was exactly the same. Well, what would you say to that?
Like I said, Chair, she had two
To what?
compositions that I sent her.
Oh,
That's what I said earlier, and
oh, I didn't hear that. She sent you two compositions at different times.
No.
Or on the same time.
No, Chair. After I had sent her what I had received from Salim Essa, as is,
The composition.
Yes, the composition. I subsequently sent her my own that I had
Before the 26th of January.
before the 26th, yes.
Yes.
Then she responded to say the composition that she accepts is the one that I had first sent her, which was the one I had received from Salim Issa, as is.
Yes. But that's the question I'm putting to you. She would say, Mr. Tsotsi, why don't you say to the commission, I sent you a composition of the committees of the board that was the same as the one you sent me. Why do you say, I sent you the composition of the board committees that was the same as Salim Essa's one? Because you don't know whether Salim Essa communicated with me, but you do know the composition you sent me on the 16th of December. Why are you not saying the minister sent me a composition of the committees of the board that was the same as the one I had sent to her? You want to paint her as cooperating with Salim Essa in circumstances where there is a document from you to her which has this composition, and in that email you didn't say to her, I got this composition from somebody else. You represented it as your own one. So what do you say to that?
She may have reason to say so, Chair, because she doesn't know that I received, she hasn't got proof that I received and the composition from Salim Essa, which I then passed on to her. She doesn't have the benefit of that information.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I did not indicate to her that that is the case in the email that I sent her.
Would you then not agree, therefore, that you are being unfair to her to say she sent you a composition of the board committees that was the same as Salim Essa's, therefore creating the impression that she had worked together with Salim Essa in circumstances where, one, you don't know whether she had ever seen Salim Essa's email or composition as coming from Salim Essa, but you know that she had seen yours.
Chairman, it would not make, that might have been the case had it not been for the fact that she called me to her residence, whereupon I found her sitting with Tony Gupta and Salim Essa.
Yes.
And then she said to me that the version of the composition of the board subcommittees is what she had sent me. That is the version that she accepts.
So your answer is, on the face of it, she may be right if she says, if she was simply looking at the emails, the email you sent her and her response,
Yes,
she may be right to complain that you are being unfair to her,
yes,
to say she sent you a composition of the board committees that was the same as Salim Essa's one, instead of saying that was the same as the one you sent her on the 16th of December. But you are saying, if that is where the matter had ended, she could have had a point.
yes,
But you say the matter didn't end there.
yes.
She subsequently called you to a meeting at her residence, is that right? Or was it at the office?
At her residence.
At her residence, where you found her in the company of Mr. Salim Essa and Mr. Tony Gupta.
Yes,
And she raised the issue of the composition of the board committees and told you in clear terms that the composition of the board committees would be the way she had sent it to you.
correct.
And because of that, your suggestion is that and you must tell me if I misunderstand your evidence, your suggestion is that there was some working together between her and Mr. Salim Essa.
That's the reason I came to that conclusion, yes.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Stileka?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, I think the point may have been exhausted now. Yeah. I could move on to another
You
aspect.
can move on to something else.
Yeah.
I prevented you earlier on when you wanted to deal with her version about the meeting.
Yes.
So I think you must deal with that. What does she say about the meeting where Mr. Tsotsi says she insisted that the composition of the board committees would be as she had sent them to him?
Yeah, she doesn't say much, Mr. Tsotsi. That's on page 445, paragraph 58, where the minister says, I persist in denying that A, Mr. Tony Gupta and A, Mr. Salim Essa, whether together or individually, visited my official residence in Pretoria. Then she goes to explaining something else.
But does she admit that a meeting took place and between herself and Mr. Tsotsi when she made this, she insisted, and she's only denying that Mr. Salim Essa and Mr. Tony Gupta were there, or what is the position?
The meeting between her and Mr. Tsotsi is not specifically dealt with, Chair.
She doesn't deal with it.
No.
That would be strange.
No, she doesn't specifically deal with the meeting. I mean, it's equally strange that she denies seeing Mr. Tsotsi's list of the composition, that it wasn't given to her.
Does she, which list does she deny seeing?
She denies seeing what Mr. Tsotsi says is Salim Essa's.
On the 16th of December?
Yeah, whichever date it was.
Yeah, the date is 16th December for the one that, for the composition that Mr. Tsotsi says was Salim Essa's composition. That's 16th December.
Yes.
And then Mr. Tsotsi's one is 26th January 2015.
She also denies
He denies both.
that Mr. Tsotsi showed her his list,
Sent her his list.
which is paragraph 57.
Oh,
Yes, paragraph 57.
yes.
Says Mr. Tsotsi never specified at any stage the composition of this list. That's the one of Salim Hessa. Nor did he ever indicate what his own drawn-up list looked like. So the minute,
But at page 1214 of Eskom Bundle 7,
yes,
there is an email from her to Mr. Tsotsi on the 28th January 2015 at 8:21 in the morning. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, in the morning.
yes,
And the subject is deployment of non-executive board members to board committees. Now, 2 days before, on the 26th of January, Mr. Tsotsi had sent her what he regards as his composition.
correct.
So she says in that email, "Dear Mr. Tsotsi, thank you for the email below regarding the composition of board committees."
Yes,
And I don't know whether the email below is the email below from Mr. Tsotsi is I think the one at page 1215 of Eskom Bundle 7,
correct.
sent on the 26th January 2015 at 13:52.
Yes,
And we read that earlier on, starting with Dear Minister, it's sent to Lynn Brown 5@me.com.
correct.
And that's the composition. So there is an email where that appears to respond to Mr. Tsotsi's composition,
Correct.
at least as far as that one is concerned.
Yes, Chair.
That there might not be an email from her, I'm not sure, that relates to the one of the 16th of December, but there seems to be a response to this one. And she says in that email at 1214, page 1214, given that this is a newly appointed board, it is my responsibility as shareholder representative to formally consider the composition of the committees. I would therefore appreciate it if the composition of board committees is submitted under formal cover letter with the following supporting information. So it seems that Mr. Tsotsi had sent the proposed composition of committees
Yes,
in a manner that she didn't regard as the right one. And she says it should be sent under a formal cover letter. And then she says it should be accompanied by a number of things that she said she sets out there.
yes,
Then she says, after setting out a list of 6 items that should be included, if it can be avoided, I would caution against the same membership for the audit and risk and the tender committee. And one can look at Mr. Tsotsi's composition of 26 January, whether one is able to see what concern she is referring to there. And then she says, however, I'm cognizant of the need to maximize the capacity of the board in assigning membership to committees. However, I cannot recall that approval was granted to collapse the audit and risk with the procurement, and would appreciate a briefing on the rationale for the committee, while noting that there is also a tender committee. It would be appreciated if you can provide the formal submissions by Friday, 30 January 2015. Further, I'm yet to receive Eskom's 2015 board annual calendar, highlighting amongst other dates, the proposed AGM, stakeholder engagement plan and roadshow linked to the actual annual and interim results. I would appreciate if you could expedite within the same timeline as above. Those paragraphs of her email seem to suggest that she had seen a composition of the committees from either the chairperson or the board or both. And she was commenting as to what she was making certain observations based on those.
Chair, can I
Yes.
just comment? On here on page 445 of bundle 7,
What page?
445,
445.
yes,
Yeah.
item 57. In fact,
Yes.
item 56 and 57. Item 56, where she talks about not having seen what was sent by Mr. Essa, or allegedly sent by Mr. Essa to me. Now, on 57, she goes on to say, so she never specified at any stage the composition of this list, nor did he ever indicate what his own drawn-up list looked like. Now, does this imply that she, in fact, is denying having received the email of the 16th of December? Because that is where she would have then seen what would purportedly have been, according to me, what Mr. S had sent me. So I don't know whether this item here refers, the fact that she's saying she has not at any stage received a composition of any list.
Well, she says she has never seen a list that you allegedly may have received from Mr. Salim Essa. And then she says you never at any stage specified the composition of that list, which means she, by implication, denies having seen that list of composition of the 16th of December that you sent. That is the one you said it's a Salim Essa composition. She says she has never seen that. And then she goes on. She didn't see that one of Salim Essa.
Yes.
And then she says, nor did you ever indicate or drawn up your own that you sent to her.
Yes.
That's what she says.
So she denies both, Mr. Tsotsi.
Yeah. She seems to deny both, but the email that I've just read is there.
Yeah, she has to deal with that.
Yeah, she would have to explain how she reconciles that version with her email to you that I just read earlier. Yes, continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Junior has done a table, a comparative table to show the commonalities and differences between the two lists.
Mm-hmm.
We need to give Mr. Tsotsi as well.
While you are looking at that, Mr. Tsotsi, I note that in your email to Ms. Lynn Brown, in your email of 26 January 2015, which you sent at 13:52, after saying, "Dear Minister," you say, "Please find the revised board subcommittee deployment as follows," which suggests that you write on a basis that suggests she is aware of a previous composition. That's why you say, "Please find the revised."
Yes.
Because if she was not aware of a previous one, there would be no need to say it's a revised
Yes.
one.
Correct.
on the face of it, it appears that you were saying you were writing her to her on the basis that she was aware of a previous composition, and now you are sending her a revised one.
Yes.
And in her email, that seems to be a response to that email. She doesn't say, what are you talking about saying it's revised? I've never received any previous composition of board committees. Okay, Mr. Selega?
Yeah.
You want to place on record what your junior has
Yes. Has done the left-hand column.
Well, the way it would, I think you can just say that these appear to be the differences, and Mr. Tsotsi can confirm if that is so, either now or if not, he can take this away and do a supplementary affidavit where he says, I've now had a chance to examine this, and I agree that this reflects the differences between the different compositions.
I think the latter.
Mr. Tsotsi, would you prefer the latter, or would you feel ready to confirm whether Mr. Selega's Jr. got it right in terms of the differences?
Chair, I think we can deal with it as is.
Okay.
And from what the work that
From what you can see.
what I have before me, yes.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Selega, go ahead. And if subsequently he thinks there is a mistake, he can send a supplementary affidavit. But if he thinks there is no mistake, then he doesn't have to send a supplementary.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So Mr. Tsotsi, you will have to have 7B, Eskom Bundle 7B in front of you, page 1213, where the emails are.
I'm sorry, I note that, and this question is really for your junior,
Yes.
column 1 at the top, I thought, didn't the composition that had didn't the composition of the 16th of December reflect who the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee was going to be?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, you see, this one doesn't.
Yes, no, it does, Chair.
And the one of 26 January that she has put up also doesn't, and yet we know that Mr. Tsotsi did indicate. So I don't think this is correct. So I don't think it's correct. Did you pick up what I'm talking about, Mr. Tsotsi?
The second one I picked up, I didn't pick up the first one.
Sorry?
I picked up the second point you made about
Oh, the first one was, if you look at this document, you have got 16 December 2014 there.
Yes.
If you look at that committee there is no indication of who the chairperson was going to be. I take it that that first line relates to the Audit and Risk Committee. So it doesn't indicate actually also on the one under 26 January 2015, it doesn't indicate who was going to be the chairperson, nor the one of the 6th of March 2015. So I'm saying it doesn't reflect the composition as you had indicated in the two emails, the one being the one of the 16th of December, because I believe that you indicated who the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee was supposed to be there. And in in your email of 26 January 2015, I believe you had also indicated who the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee was supposed to be. But this document doesn't reflect that. So those were the 2 points I was making.
Okay.
And in the light of that, I was saying, let's not deal with it. Let it get proper attention. And maybe you might have to just do a supplementary affidavit and confirm. But Mr. Silega will need to get a chance to double check that the document is correct.
Thank you, Chair. No problem.
Right.
Yeah, okay, all right. So you'll be given another one, so that one can be thrown away. You'll be given another one once there's a correct one.
Thank you, Chair. I think that opens the door for us to move on.
Yes.
I've got 30 minutes, Mr. Tsotsi. Okay.
Because he might, like Mr. Popomlefe, start threatening us with invoices.
He also did threaten us, Chair. He's lost appearance. He did.
Yeah, see, at least we have got to avoid any costs.
Which we don't have, Chair.
We don't have money. Yeah.
Mr. Tsotsi, then there are matters arising from what board members are saying about you. And the first of those is that the averment of misdemeanors against the executives were in fact brought out by you. I mean, you came up with the allegations of misdemeanors against board members. Mr. Koko says the same, and he specifically refers to that 8 memoir which Mr. Nick Linnell had drafted for you, which incorporates an allegation against him relating to this Sumitomo matter. And by reference to that, he says, only Mr. Tsotsi could have told Nick Linnell about that Sumitomo matter. But we can take it step by step regarding the board members who were saying you were the one who came up with allegations of misdemeanors. They relied on you to make the decision for the suspension of the executives. Your comment or response to that?
Thank you, Chair. I have made a submission in my most recent affidavit dealing with this matter.
Yeah, you can repeat what
Yes.
you say.
Just as soon as I can find it.
Oh,
Yes.
I can give you the page reference.
Yes, I've got it now, Chair. Page 1222. The matter in relation to the alleged misdemeanors arose at the Durban meeting. This matter was brought to the fore by Mr. Maswangani. And it is Mr. Maswangani who informed Mr. Linnell that there were these allegations of misdemeanor. And
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, the page reference is 1230. It's actually 1230, Mr.
I'm sorry.
So it's, yeah, the second supplementary affidavit, which is Exhibit U 17.3.
Oh, yes. I was looking at the wrong document. Yes.
Answered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, Chair, and Mr. Linnell's affidavit to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee where he states exactly that Mr. Maswanganye provided the information about the alleged wrongdoing. So that, I think, is the first point to be made, and that information was not provided by me to Mr. Linnell.
I think I think you need to deal in connection with that point with the allegation that, in effect, irrespective of where you may have got the information about those allegations from, at the meeting of the 11th, you spoke, you raised the issue of alleged misdemeanors by certain people, including Mr. Koko, and I think it has been said also about the other executives, I think Ms. Mulefe, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Yeah, and,
Yes.
and somebody else, Marokane, I'm not sure. But
Yes.
part of the point that was made by Mr. Koko and I think a few other board members was that at the meeting of the 11th, you raised the issue of alleged misconduct or misdemeanors by these executives. And yeah, what do you say about that? Even if they had emanated from somebody else.
Chairman, what happened at that meeting on the 11th was that Mr. Linnell had circulated the aid memoir. So board members had this document in their hands. And it is there that he dealt with the alleged misdemeanors in that document. So the board members were wanting to know, what are these all about? What is going on here? That is the context under which I then talked about these issues, indicating to them that there were these allegations about the board members. So that's how the discussion about the executives, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
The executives were are to be suspended.
Mm-hmm.
So that is how the discussion itself arose.
So is the position that you are saying, yes, at the meeting of the 11th of March, you did speak on the alleged misdemeanors by some of the executives or the executives?
Yes.
But you are saying you did so when members of the board wanted to know what this was all about, based on a document that they had, which had been prepared by Mr. Linnell.
Yes.
That's what you're
That's
saying?
what I'm saying.
Mr. Selega will tell me if my recollection is correct. I seem to recall that either Mr. Koko alone or Mr. Koko plus some or other member of the board gave the impression that you were speaking very passionately on these alleged misdemeanors with a view to saying these executives must be suspended because of these allegations. Is my recollection correct?
Yes, sir. That would have been Ms. Vanita Klein and Ms. Viroshni Naidu
Yes.
who emphasized the point.
Yes. What do you say about that? In other words, saying you were very keen on the suspension of the executives. There is an issue about whether you were also keen on the issue of the suspension of the financial director. There are some minutes or transcripts that suggest that you may not have been keen on the suspension of the financial director, I think. But they say that, or some of the witnesses said you spoke kind of passionately about the need to suspend the executives because of the alleged misdemeanors.
Chairman, I see, and I've read that evidence from some of the board members who were at that meeting. I don't know what their interpretation of my being passionate about the suspension of executives is about, but I was trying to point out the reason why document by Mr. Linnell of misdemeanors. And at the end of the about 20, 25 minutes into, I then summarized what I understood to have been the thrust of what we were discussing. And in my summary, I indicated very clearly that the discussion is not about suspending executives because of misdemeanor. We talked about the inquiry and the need for the inquiry. We talked about what the way forward ought to be in relation to the inquiry, and that the individuals whose portfolios were impacted by the inquiry, having named them, were in fact not associated, their suspensions would not be associated with any wrongdoing on their part. And this is a clearly, if I can, I don't know if I can just read the extract.
Yeah, you can read it.
That speaks of this. I'm saying here, the meeting began with board members seeking clarity about
just
the
tell us what
authenticity.
you are reading from.
I'm sorry. This is from the,
Is it minutes or is it an affidavit?
it's an affidavit. It's my affidavit.
Your
on page
affidavit.
1231, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Yes. I'm making the point by saying that this meeting began with board members seeking clarity about the authenticity of the misdemeanor allegations. The discussion soon moved away from ascribing wrongdoing as part of this exercise because I pointed out that the understanding at the Durban meeting was that the executives are not being suspended for any wrongdoing. Instead, Nick Linnell had organized his approach to dealing with the matter on the basis of how he had set out the aid memoir. I think that what needs to be understood, Chairman, is that Nick had prepared, he's the only person who had enough time and background to have spent time looking at how to approach this whole issue of suspension. None of us had that opportunity. So I think he framed the whole thinking around the issue of the inquiry and what to do with the people whose portfolios are impacted on a certain approach. And his approach had to do with there needs to be some rationale why these people should be removed. Now, the discussion in the board dispensed with that rationale because that is not what the board had intended. And that is not what was the understanding from the meeting in Cape Town. So I now
In
read...
Durban. The meeting in Durban, not Cape Town.
I'm sorry, in Durban, yes. And then I go on to say, Chairman, as part of that meeting, as the meeting progressed, I decided that I should bring clarity as to what this whole exercise is about, as follows, and I'm quoting what I said in the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so my understanding is quite clear. First of all, this exercise is to be termed an inquiry into the status quo of Eskom, right? Number one. Number two, this inquiry, for it to be effective, requires us to ask specific executives to take forced leave, or whatever you call it, to be removed from the situation. This is not an investigation into individuals or wrongdoing by individuals. So that the media has to get it right. It is the status quo of Eskom because there are definitely situations that one has to look into. What is actually happening in the organization, and what we are asking that this be done by non-Eskom entities, an independent inquiry, right. And then we are then saying that the specific executives who are directly involved here would be Group Capital Executive, Group Commercial Executive, and the Chief Executive. Then it goes on to say, well, we said the FD, his situation is different. It's not, and then that's when somebody else comes in.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
So in essence, what I'm saying, Chairman, is that
You're saying
The reason-
you spoke about the alleged misdemeanors of certain executives, but you were just speaking to clarify what Mr. Linnell's document was saying, because board members wanted to know what this was about.
precisely,
But you say later in the meeting, you made it clear that the suspensions were not to be based on alleged misdemeanors.
yes.
And you have just quoted the relevant part in your affidavit. That's what you are saying.
That's what I'm saying, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Silega?
Yeah. But then, what do you say to Mr. Koko's allegation that to the extent that the aid memoir included the Sumitomo matter, that could only have come from you?
That is not correct, Chairman. Once again,
Sorry, Mr. Tsotsi, and let me add so that you can deal with
Yes.
it. And by the way, he's referencing to that aspect, is to say that you have always wanted, at least in the lead up to the 11th of March, wanted him to be suspended for that reason.
okay. Chairman, let me just paint the picture in terms of what actually happened. At the Durban meeting, there was no substantive discussion about the merits or otherwise of doing this inquiry, nor was there any discussion as to the merits or otherwise of choosing which areas inquiry should be looked into. The reason is quite simple, and that is that nobody there knew enough about the Eskom's business to be able to engage in that discussion. So that would not have been possible, highly improbable. But more importantly for me, the fact that names and portfolios of people who were to be suspended were mentioned without any reference to anything other than the fact that there was a technical problem with Eskom and that there was a financial crunch in the organization, could only have meant, and on reflection, that there was an intent to have certain people suspended. And this, to me, was why I was taken aback and I was objecting to the idea that this should happen. Because it had no merit whatsoever in terms of what one would have expected. There was no discussion at all about misdemeanors in that meeting. There was no discussion whatsoever in relation to that. And secondly,
Is that the meeting of the 9th of March?
excuse me?
8th of March.
Oh, the meeting of the...
On the meeting of the 8th of March.
Okay.
So what I'm seeing Mr. Machela doing is,
Mr. Koko.
Mr. Koko doing, yes, is he's insinuating that there was some value judgment that occurred in terms of which areas of the business should be looked into, which then would give me the opportunity, as he is alleging, to be able to say, no, I think also this area of the business needs to be looked into. because of whatever evaluation I would have proposed or that would have been discussed in the meeting. And I'm saying names just came up. Ms. Mieni simply stated the names of the people who she said needed to be suspended. And that was
Did she mention the names, that is Ms. Mieni, or the portfolios?
she mentioned the names of the people.
Yes.
She did not mention the portfolios.
Okay.
The portfolios were then mentioned by me because I was the one who knew the portfolios.
Okay.
She simply mentioned the names.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did the meeting in Durban say that the suspensions would not be based on allegations of misconduct? Or did it say they would be based on allegations of misconduct? Or did it say nothing about the basis for the suspensions, the proposed suspensions?
No, the meeting in Durban was clear. Ms. Mieni was very clear to say, we are not saying that these people have done wrong.
So what was the context within which Mr. Masongani at the Durban meeting started mentioning allegations of misconduct against some of the executives?
Mr. Maswanganya did not mention allegations of
Oh, I
misconduct.
thought you said in your affidavit and in your evidence, he was the one who, from whom Mr. Linnell got information about alleged misdemeanors of certain executives.
That is correct, Chairman. But that issue was not raised in the meeting as a substantive issue of discussion. In fact, I did not know that Mr. Masongani had stated the issue of misdemeanors to Mr. Linnell until I saw Mr. Linnell's document, which incidentally he produced on the morning of the series of meetings that we had. To the extent that I really did not have time to really peruse that document. And lo and behold, there were the issues of misdemeanors. If I had my way, I would have told him to excise those issues out of the document because they have nothing to do with what we were there about. I would not have, if I had the opportunity, I would have prevented him from, I would have told him to take those out of his document.
So, are you saying that at the Durban meeting, Mr. Masongai did not raise the allegations of misconduct against certain executives?
No, Chairman, he did not raise any allegations of misconduct.
So, why then, or what's the context within which you say in your affidavit, because I think you say so, when you seek to say the allegations of misdemeanors by the executives didn't come from you, they came from Mr. Masongai. I thought that you say they came from Mr. Masongai at the Durban meeting.
No, Chairman.
You don't say that in your affidavit.
Okay, if I may, Chair, let me just clarify what I meant.
Yes.
What I meant was there was no discussion whatsoever at the Durban meeting about misdemeanors of the executive.
Yeah.
Instead, what Ms. Mieni said was that we can handle the fallout about the suspensions of the executives by simply saying that all we are doing is asking them to step aside so they don't interfere, and that they have not done anything wrong. There's nothing wrong that they have done. I don't know exactly how I put it in my affidavit, but there is something to that effect.
You see, in your affidavit at paragraph 5, at page 1230 of Eskom Bundle 7, you quote Mr. Linnell, in your affidavit you say, in his affidavit, that is the matter of the alleged misdemeanors, that's the heading in your affidavit. Then you say, in his affidavit to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises, Mr. Nick Linnell states in bundle U17-AZT-149, paragraph 16, and then you quote him. Though Ms. Miene's son took no part in the meeting, Jabu, and in brackets, Maswanganye, close brackets, provided information about the state of Eskom, including allegations of wrongdoing and reasons for business failure, some of which was in the public domain. Now, there he is talking about, it seems to me, what happened at the meeting on the 8th. Because he says, though Ms. Miene's son took no part in the meeting, I think he's talking about the 8th of March. Jabu Masonganye provided information about the state of Eskom, including allegations of wrongdoing. So you quoted in
Correct.
which seemed to say this is how the allegation of misconduct surfaced.
in which he says that allegedly you had asked Mr. Linnell to meet with the unions in order to obtain information of wrongdoing from the unions against the executives. Your comment on that?
Thank you, Chair. I think in the discourse that took place at the beginning of the meeting where we're talking about the alleged misdemeanors, one of the issues that arose there was what actually took place at Eskom in regards to Mr. Machela Gogo in particular. And what I had stated there was that not only did I ask Mr. Machela Gogo himself directly about the allegation, I also asked the chief executive with regard to this allegation. And Mr. Machela Gogo did not deny anything to do with that, and Mr. Matuna, the chief executive, did not have an explanation or a report to the effect of what transpired. And the unions came in because there was then an allegation.
This is when? Let's get the time right. Are we talking about what happened around the 8th, around the 11th of March, after that, or much earlier?
The incidents that I'm recounting now? No, Chairman, this happened the previous year, sometime in 2014. 14, yes.
And Mr. Selega, is your understanding that the board member who said that was talking about things that happened before March 2015, or is it not clear?
No, my understanding is that Ms. Feroshni Naidu is talking about the time when Mr. Nick Linnell was engaged in March 2015. Unless if you are answering a broader issue, which is not directly related to the unions.
So I think what Mr. Selega says is that Ms. Naidu said something to the effect that you made arrangements, or you had a role to play in terms of which Mr. Linnell was going to obtain information from trade unions about allegations of misdemeanors by the executives.
Correct.
Do you know anything along those lines?
No, Chairman, I did not play any part in Mr. Linnell getting any information from the union. No.
Do you know whether he ever obtained such information from unions, or is that something you don't know?
I don't know, Chairman. I couldn't say. I don't know.
Could she be mistaken and confusing some other event with this, which might be similar? Could she be talking about a different time? But if she was talking about the previous year, Mr. Linnell was not there, was not involved in Eskom before 2015, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
I think she is, well, she's certainly talking about the incidents of that period when Linnell was not there.
Yes.
But for some reason, it would appear as if she gets the impression that I informed Linnell that he can talk to the unions if he wants to know about misdemeanors that occurred at Eskom.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that is not the case.
You say that you didn't do that?
No.
Okay, Mr. Slager.
Yes. To the allegations that Mr. Koko has made or the version that he has made about you seeking to get rid of him, you have set out a response in your affidavit to the element of you intending to get him suspended. Now, would you quickly relate that to the chairperson, your version as a response to this allegation of Mr. Koko against you?
You have already said part of it when you talked about where the allegations of misdemeanors came from.
Yes.
But I think Mr. Selega wants you to give evidence with regard to the other parts which are in your affidavit, which you haven't dealt with. Why you say Mr. Koko's evidence that you wanted him suspended because of disagreements between you and him regarding the suspension of Mr. Sikasimbe, why you say that has no validity?
Yes. Well, let me first of all deal with the issue of the allegation that I suspended him because of Mr. Sikasimbe. Chairman, there is an affidavit which has been deposed by Mr. Matuna. If you recall, Mr. Machela made some allegations, Mr. Koko made an allegation that Mr. Matuna had said to him that that I had spoken to Mr. Matuna and told Mr. Matuna that if Mr. Koko does not unsuspend Mr. Sikasimbe, I will in turn suspend both him and Mr. Koko. Mr. Matuna has then responded and categorically denied that I had ever said anything like that to him. And incidentally, where Mr. Machela Koko deals with Mr. Matuna having shown him evidence of
SMSs
SMSs.
or WhatsApp messages, I'm not sure. I
That's
think
right.
SMSs, yeah.
where I'm supposedly complaining to him about and talking about suspending Mr. Machela. He denies that as well. So that I think is essentially the first clarity that I'd like to put on this issue. There is also, Chairman, this whole idea that Mr. Koko has, that he and I have had an antagonistic relationship. And I just decided here, Chairman, to reflect a bit on my experience vis-a-vis him at Eskom and try to understand where this might either manifest itself or where it emanates from, or whether in fact there's been any clear indication that this has been happening. To that extent, I've recalled, Chairman, that I had a lot to do with Mr. Machela's promotion, Mr. Koko's promotion. Mr. Koko was the first time I had anything to do with it was during Mr. Brian Damas's time. And Mr. Damas wanted someone to act in the position of group executive for technology and engineering, as it was called at the time, which is now commercial, technology and commercial. And Mr. Koko was the candidate who was most likely and was closest to that position because he was already a divisional executive in technology. And when I mentioned Mr. Koko to him, he categorically stated to me that he does not believe that Mr. Koko is ready to assume that responsibility. So he is not going to support that. So it did not happen during Mr. Damas's time. It then happened soon after Mr. Damas had left and Mr. Machila was then acting. And the motivation went to the People and Governance Committee, of which I was sitting, and I remember very clearly having supported that promotion. Mr. Machela Koko came to me and he thanked me for it. And then fast forward now, several months later, this is now when Mr. Matuna had just become chief executive at the beginning of October. And in November, Mr. Machela came to me, Mr. Koko came to me and said to me, will I support his promotion into that position as a substantive group executive? And I said yes. And Mr. Matuna, obviously, Mr. Machela Koko came to me unofficially, obviously. But Mr. Matuna, as chief executive, came to me formally to say he is going to make this proposal. And would I support the proposal in the committee? I said to him, yes, I would support it. And indeed, that's what happened. And once again, Mr. Koko came and thanked me for it. This incidentally happens quite some few months after this so-called, of this incident of Sumitomo together with Mr. Sikasimbi. So when I put the totality of these things together, Chairman, I say to myself, I think Mr. Machela is very disingenuous by alluding to some, conflict or something between us. I think this is designed to achieve whatever his intentions are. I think he wants to polarize the situation so that it becomes clear that I am pursuing him on the basis of a personal vendetta, which is not the case.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Lega.
You are done, Mr.
Yes.
Tsotsi. Anything further you wish to say on averment of misdemeanors before I move on? Either made by other board members?
Chair, I might recall something as we go along. But
Okay.
yeah.
No, that's all right. Let's deal with, look briefly at the reasons why, because the reasons why the board members then decide to have you removed from your position as a chairperson of the board. Because this is linked to the turn of events on the 11th of March, the suspension of the executives, and 8 days later, which is on the 19th of March, you have a meeting. In this meeting, the board members are opening up to you about their displeasure with what they say is your conduct. In the conduct on the basis of which they decided to take the decisions to suspend the executives. And you are being, for lack of a better word, accused or singled out, let me use that word. You are singled out as the person who caused the board to make this decision. One of which is that there was a report from the presidency, which you didn't produce, the engagement of Mr. Linnell, and the terms of reference. And you may want to take the chairperson step by step in dealing with those aspects.
I
Particularly,
think it might be better if you put them step by step to him.
if I put them step by
Yeah,
step.
I
Thank
think
you, Chair.
let's start with this one. One of the things that the board members who have given evidence here have said as to why they say they lost confidence in you is that they said that you said either on the 11th of March or on the 9th of March or both on the 9th and the 11th of March in those meetings that one, Mr. Linnell had been appointed by the presidency to assist Eskom, I think, and that he had been involved, he had done quite a lot of work already, and that there was a report that, as I understand it, that you must have been implying was in the presidency, which was relevant to the inquiry that was being discussed, that was being proposed. As I understand the evidence of these board members, you referred to the existence of such a report as indicating that that report shows that there was a need for this kind of inquiry. That's my understanding of what they are saying. But they say you were being untruthful because later on you did, either you couldn't produce the report or you did admit that there was no such a report. Correct. Or something to that effect.
Yes. Yes, that's correct, that he admitted.
So that's what they have said. Did you ever say Mr. Linnell had been doing a lot of work or had been appointed by the presidency to assist Eskom in regard to the inquiry? So we'll take them step by step.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, Chairman, in respect of the first question you asked, yes, I did tell the board that Mr. Linnell had been asked by the president to assist us.
Yes.
On this inquiry.
Yes.
Mr. Linnell himself made that exact statement in a meeting where board members were present.
Yes.
I would have to find it somewhere. I did actually quote that statement.
In your affidavit?
It is somewhere in my affidavit, I believe, where he states categorically, where I say he has in fact been doing a substantial amount of work in preparation for this.
Yes.
So board members knew that Mr. Linnell had been tasked to assist, and he had been the one who had done all the work. In fact, I can quote to you what I said in that meeting.
What page? And
this would be page 1237, Chairman, in my affidavit.
1237.
1237, yes.
Okay. I've got that page.
Yes. I put it to the board that Nick, this is now 26.2. I say to the board, Nick, can I put this straight? Nick was asked to do this exercise, and he had to do a lot of background work because of the instruction he got to do the exercise. Now, what is left is for him to be commissioned formally by Eskom to get into the teeth of what needs to be done. So he has been on board on this for quite a while. I think he's having difficulty trying to say that. So,
But, yes.
So, Chairman, from the standpoint of board members understanding where Nick came from and that he had been engaged in this matter for some time in terms of background work, was very clear.
What was the basis for saying he had been appointed by the presidency? what did you base that on?
Chairman, I based it on a very clear indication by the President. When the President said, this gentleman will assist the board.
Is that at the meeting of the 8th?
At the meeting of the 8th, the President very, very clearly said, this gentleman will assist.
The board?
Yes.
Okay.
And that he would then help the board in getting this inquiry going.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that something you did say before, that the President said this gentleman will assist the board?
I'm not sure, Chairman. For all the statements I've made, I would have to check.
Yeah.
I don't quite recall.
Mr. Selega?
Yeah.
Any recollection?
I don't recall in those words, but I know from Mr. Nick himself, I hope I'm not muddying the waters. Mr. Nick himself had said when he went to Pretoria, the first meeting,
Yeah.
Ms.
He was told by
Dudumieni,
Ms. Mieni that
you are the right
president, he was supposed to meet the president,
Yes.
and he may have said, Mr. Dudumieni said, the president wanted him to conduct the inquiry, or something like that.
Ms. Mieni said she had recommended him to the president
Yes.
as the right person to do the inquiry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Mr. Tsotsi had put it in the way he's doing it now,
Yeah.
but I know that I've picked it up from the transcript, that
Yeah.
he has told the board that Mr. Linnell is being given to us by the presidency.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. But as far as you recall, you did say something to that effect, that he was appointed by the presidency, or he was being given to Eskom by the presidency.
Yes.
Yes, and you say you said that because of the fact that the President Zuma had said this gentleman would assist the board.
Correct.
Yeah. And then the question of, you say that he has been on board on this for quite a while. Was that correct?
This is what Nick told the board himself,
Yes.
separately.
Yes.
There is-
But as I understand it, his evidence is that he was called to Mashamandlovu on the 6th of March.
Correct.
He effectively was asked to drop everything and left Cape Town and flew to Pretoria. He was called by Ms. Dudumieni, and they had a discussion about Eskom, and Ms. Dudumieni said she had recommended him to the president. So on the evidence that is known to us, he would not have started to do anything prior to the 6th of March. It doesn't appear to me that that qualifies as he has been doing some work for a while.
Chairman, if we look at the transcript where Ms. Naidu is asking him a question in regards to whether he's doing this because he's looking to earn some money or something to that effect. He then elaborates in answer to that question about this very same issue, where he says he spent some time working on this issue of the inquiry. Now, nobody asked him on the board, about time frames. How long has this been? So my statement is really based on what Nick had said in the very same meeting that I address this issue. I can't recall exactly what page, where exactly in the transcript we can find this, but there's definitely a point that Nick himself makes.
You see, what comes across, at least the impression I get from the evidence of the board members who spoke on this, testified on this, the impression I get is that you referred to the existence of a report, and is that the reason why you referred to the existence of a report that they say did not exist, and that you said Mr. Linnell had been appointed by the presidency, and that you said he had been doing some work relevant to the inquiry for quite some time, all because you were seeking to persuade them to agree to the establishment of an inquiry, I think, and the suspension of the executives. But it may be that I'm wrong about the suspension of the executive, but certainly in terms of the inquiry, that you were referring all of these things to say to them, this thing is credible, or this thing of an inquiry, if you make the decision to go ahead, it's something worthwhile. That's the impression I get, that you are pushing, that's what they are saying.
Chairman, you will recall what I had said in my testimony earlier. Can't remember exactly which time. That I had said that I myself had such an intention, even during the previous
You
war,
did say, yeah.
that I thought there is need for an inquiry. So, without a doubt, I was convinced, and hopefully I convinced them that there is a need to do an inquiry into the Eskom's affairs, and it's urgent because of the situation the Eskom was facing at the time. So if they understood me to say I am doing my best to impression
persuade
upon them that there's need for this inquiry and it should be done, they are correct.
You have no quarrel with that?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's important. Let's go back to where I said I may be wrong, namely that they seemed to be saying you were pushing for the establishment of an inquiry and the suspension of the executives. I said I may be wrong that they were saying that in relation to the suspension of the executives as well. But you are in a position to say whether at that stage you were pushing for both or not, the suspension and the establishment of the inquiry, or the only thing you were really pushing for was the inquiry, but the issue of the suspension, you were not really pushing, but you would go along if that was the decision.
Chairman, what I said to the board members, and that is that the inquiry requires that those people who are heading the areas that have to be looked into should not be in their positions when this inquiry takes place. So they should, in fact, I never talked about suspensions, interestingly enough. I talked about step aside.
Yes, no. I'm just saying suspensions simply
Yes.
because at some stage in the past, either with you or with other members, we came to agreement that let's stop saying suspension or step aside or special leave, because we know what we're talking about, whether you call step aside or special leave or suspension. The fact is you are not going to be at work, but you are not dismissed.
Right.
Yeah, so you might have used the term step aside, but basically we talk about the same thing.
So, Chairman, the consistency of it is quite clear from my mind. Support the inquiry, support the stepping aside of the executives, and that stepping aside is not as a result of them having done something
Something wrong, yeah.
Yes, that was my position.
Okay.
And hence, as I said to you earlier, I summarized the position as such.
Yeah.
No?
Yes, no, finish.
Okay, I thought now I can deal with the issue of this report that.
Yes,
that
no,
is
that's what
coming.
I wanted to deal with, yeah.
Before he does that, Chair,
Yes.
I think the passage that he might have wanted, Mr. Tsotsi, it's in your bundle. Let's see whether that's what you wanted. It's the transcript on page 726. That is Eskom bundle 7 bracket A, P726. That's the bigger file, Mr. Tsotsi. The bigger
Oh,
one.
this one here.
Yeah. So it's an engagement between Mr. Linnell and board members and Ms. Naidu, what appears to be Ms. Naidu, is asking a question. 726. Yeah, it says, Yannick, I think that what you've shared with us is very enlightening, and I know that you have in your introduction shared with us that you have done quite a bit of work for other state-owned companies. I must admit I was expecting that you would have been physically involved with some of the detail. With where we find ourselves right now and not hypothetically, this is what you need to do. Now maybe I understand that brief incorrectly, and then I will take responsibility for it. But I thought that that is what you were going to bring to the table. Then Mr. Linnell then answers. If I could answer that, it is a good point to answer it. The thing is, there's different scores here. I would say my understanding of Eskom from the pre-research that I have had to do to be sitting here in front of you has been extensive, and it has taken some months. So I think I have an understanding, but I think what I see a minute ago is the failing. The failing. So could that have been the passage you wanted? Because there he says he's done, the pre-research is done, it's extensive, and it has taken some months. But we know from his affidavit that, as the chairperson has pointed out, he was called on the 6th to come on that day to the official residence of the president in Pretoria. Is that the passage you had in mind?
Yeah, not quite. There is another passage which is fairly similar.
Oh, where he says he's done
It's in
extensive
that same bundle. The one that I had in mind.
Yes, but I'm just wondering, because Mr. Selegas Jr. could look for it while he is asking you other questions.
Yeah.
Is it one where Mr. Linnell talks about having done a lot of work? Is it a passage? What does the passage say? What's the point it advances?
Yes, he's advancing the point that he has spent quite some time doing work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So maybe your junior can check in the meantime. Okay, all right. So let's go to the report. Did you say to them there was a report in the presidency that related to the inquiry that needed to be established, or that sought to justify the need for an inquiry or something to that effect?
Chairman, the answer to your question is correct. Yes, I did. You will recall, I might have mentioned this, I think, during one of my previous appearances. There were 3 people who had documents. Well, let me say 2 people who had documents in relation to the meeting that we had gone to attend. It was Ms. Mieni and it was Nick himself. And I'm under the impression that from this, that Jabu also had documents. based on what we talked about earlier this morning. Now, it would seem to me that some of these documents had already contained some sort of background work that had been done at the presidency. And this is what I understood in the course of the conversation there, that some work had been done. And I was not shown these documents. I didn't ask for them. And when I mentioned them in the meeting, in fact, I think at one point I even mentioned that I could get someone who has this information to bring it along and show it to us.
Did you say to bring the report?
Yeah, to produce the report, in other words. Yes. So I didn't have it in my hands. So yes, the question is that the answer to the question is that yes, I did speak of the report, but I did not have the report in my hands.
But had you seen the report?
No, I had not seen the report.
Had somebody said to you there was a report that was available?
Yes, this is what was discussed.
And who was that? Who said that?
This was mentioned by both Nick and Dudu. Now, I don't know exactly who of them had this particular report.
Did they talk about their report, or did they talk about some documents that they might have?
Chairman, I can't recall precisely whether the term report was used or the term document was used. I would suspect the term document was more likely used. I think the term report probably came in the discussion of board members. Yes.
So one, you had not seen any report. Two, you think either Mr. Linnell or Mr. Dumyeni or both mentioned at the meeting of the 8th of March in Durban that there were documents
Yes.
Relating to work that had been done, which was connected with Eskom.
Yes.
But if they had said there were documents, why would you have talked about a report?
As I say, Chairman, the word report probably came through in the discussion at the board level. And it might have been one of the board members who raised the word report. It probably was not me as such. So the word report would have then just came into the conversation in that manner. But the idea was that the reference is to some document.
Yeah, yes. Because, it's one thing to say there are some documents which may be shared if the board members want relating to work that has been done, but to say there is a report is quite something different. It seems to me it's something you would say if either you had seen the report or somebody had said to you there was a report, but not if somebody talked about loose documents. What do you say to that?
Chair, as I say, I can't really recall, precisely whether there was a statement to the effect of there having been a report or documents. But as I say, I'm inclined to think that they were probably referred to documents. And I think the word report, I think, came up in the discussion among board members as, if you like, reference to a document.
Because my impression of what some of the board members who testified were saying was that they were suggesting that you were pushing so much for the establishment of the inquiry that you may have told them some untruths, saying there was a report in the presidency when there was no report, saying Mr. Linnell had been appointed by the presidency. That's the impression I get from what they say. The impression might be wrong, but I don't know, Mr. Selegat, well,
No,
in terms of the impression that you got from them,
It's-
their evidence.
it's consistent with yours, Chairperson. But I think I know that, Mr. Tsotsi, you mentioned the report.
Yes,
Yes,
Yeah.
he admits as well. I think you do admit that you talked
Yes.
about the report, yeah.
Yes. And it may well be, I'm making an observation and you can, it may well be that it was an effort on your part to give the gravitas to what you were bringing before the board.
Chair, certainly not on the basis of some untruths, no, certainly not. There's certainly not. I think if the other person who would have some knowledge of this clearly would be Nick Linnell.
Yes.
Yes. As to the existence of the documents that I'm talking about.
Yes, you see, it's one thing if you say there are some documents which reflect some work that has been done. But when you say a report, it's weightier, I would think, than if you just talk about some documents. Wouldn't you agree? A report seems to be, to say this is really something serious. There is quite a lot of work that has been done, so much work that a report has been prepared.
Chair, you can extract a report from it from documents that have been prepared.
Yes, but still,
So it could very well be that the documents existed and a particular focus was done on something which
Yeah.
was being reported upon.
but what you do concede is that, as far as you know, there was no report. You are not able to say there was a report. All you can say is there may have been some documents. Is that correct?
What I'm saying, Chairman, is that I was informed that there were documents
Yes.
relating to work that had been done in the
Yes.
presidency.
Yes.
Yes. Now, in terms of whether these documents represent a report or not, quite honestly, I can't say yes or no.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yes.
Yes. On reflection, would you not say that given what you knew then and what you know now, which seems to be the same, namely you had been told there were some documents, nobody had used the word report to you, as I understand it. But of course, it could be that among those documents there was a report, I'm not sure. But based on that, wouldn't you say you probably should have talked about documents, because that's what you had been told about?
Chairman, if it was going to make things any clearer, I'm more concerned, personally, to be honest, about the issue of misrepresentation.
Sorry?
The matter of misrepresentation
Yes.
of the facts.
The position.
I
yeah.
think, for me, that to them is really what their focus is, that I misrepresented. Hence, the charges that they brought against me were on the basis of my having misrepresented myself to them.
Yes.
So the issue of the report or not a report, I don't want to quibble about that.
Yeah.
I'm not in
yeah.
a position to do that.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that there is no impression of misrepresentation of what transpired
Yes.
and what I reported.
You see, as I understand it, part of the point, and I don't remember that in the charges they included the issue of the report.
It's not included.
Yeah, it's not included in the charges.
Yes.
But one or more of the board members who testified said part of the reason why they lost confidence in you is because you had told them on the 11th of March that there was a report. It turned out later on that there was no report. And I don't know whether he or she said you admitted that there was no report at a later, when the charges were put, or on the day where you were supposed to answer to the charges. But he or she was saying part of the reason why they lost confidence in you is because you told them something that was not true in order to get them to make a certain decision, namely that there was a certain report in the presidency. And they said, it looks like there was no such report.
Chairman, I think we should make this thing very clear. What the board members complained about was the fact that they say I failed to produce the report that they say I mentioned earlier in the board meeting, previous meeting. Which is not the same thing as saying that I said there was a report and there's no report, in the sense of there was never a report or a document in the first place.
Yes, okay.
So
maybe they make that, maybe that's what maybe that's the point they make, okay? So if that's the point they make, what do you say?
I'm saying it's correct. I did not produce the report that they wanted because I did not have it with me. What I said earlier is that I could make someone available who would have the report or the document if board members wanted to. In fact, this is a statement that I think, question or statement which was made by either Norman or I can't remember who, but at some point I did indicate to them that I could make available, or I could bring get somebody to bring the report or to show the board the report. At some point, I also indicated during this meeting now on the 19th that I didn't, I don't remember exactly how I put it, but the idea was that I didn't consider myself privy to the report that was spoken about. I think that's a statement that I think I made on the meeting on the 19th.
You didn't what? Consider?
I didn't consider myself entitled to or privy to the report.
Chairperson, we have an extract from the transcript of the meeting of the 19th of March.
Yes.
And Mr. Tsotsi has it there. We've made copies because it's not incorporated in the bundle yet.
Yes. But you can read the relevant part.
Yeah, Mr. Tsotsi, I think you are referring to page 35 of that. I can hand up a copy for the purpose of the session.
Well, if you are going to read it, that's fine.
Is it fine, Chair?
I'll manage.
So, the report was being asked about here on page 35 of the transcript of the meeting of the 19th of March. And Ms. Naidu says, you advised us that these people did wrongdoings, and on the basis of that, we need to hold this inquiry and that they would interfere in the investigation, and on that basis, I believed you. But now you say you never saw that report. So did anybody around this table see the report? Then Mr. Tsotsi responds, no. When I was at the presidency, I was told quite clearly that there is a problem at Eskom, and a problem that is known to the president. And I wasn't going to ask him what is the problem. He said to me, I want to assign this man to go and help you with this investigation. Now, I do not believe that I was at liberty to ask him what was the problem. Quite honestly, I couldn't do that. I had to accept what he was telling me. And as I say to you, the problem really comes from the fact that I did not introduce this guy properly.
Yeah.
Is that the part
Yes.
you want? to communicate to the chairperson.
Yes.
Chair, may I read from the transcript of the 9th of March? That one is in the bundle.
Yeah.
There's a couple of important aspects, one of which is this, Mr. Tsotsi, page 256, Eskom bundle 12. You say, I have been summoned by the president 3 times, and the most recently was yesterday, where he has finally made up his mind about what he wants to do about the situation with Eskom. Both Minister and I have been summoned by the president separately. So you've said that, and then later in the meeting you say, in actual fact, what has happened is that the presidency has already given us a particular individual who they want to lead this particular inquiry, and that individual will then engage and liaise with us and work with us. And as the resources are required for the specific issues, that maybe have to be looked into, and then that individual will have to deem to source those specific resources. And then you say, so in a nutshell, I think, to be quite frank about it, the presidency has gone out of its way to do all of the governance investigation as to what is possible under the circumstances. I was given a complete document which was prepared by the legal people at the presidency, which actually says that what the role of the shareholder and the board would be in this kind of thing. So they have covered all the basics in terms of the requirements of all of the documentation that governs the company's work. Well, it's not quite the report you were talking about, but it's the documentation to govern the company's work, and then you go on to the MOI and so on. But what we see here is, you did tell the board, Mr. Nick Linnell has been assigned to assist. Then you are given a complete document by the presidency, which deals with the role of the shareholder and the board. So what I was looking for was the mention of the report of an investigation by the president. It's alluded to there, but I think you will look for the passage where you're specifically dealing with. Yes. So, Chair, I think that answers him having said to the board, Mr. Nick Linnell was assigned.
Yes, no, he
assist.
admitted that.
Yes.
On the report, I think we are no wiser than we were before.
Yeah, yes. We will have
Because
to
the passage that Mr. Selega has read suggests that you told the board that the presidency had done some investigation, and they gave you a complete document about the shareholder and the board or Eskom. But we don't know whether you were referring to that document. But based on your earlier evidence, it's unlikely that you were referring to it, because you said your notion of a report is connected with documents that you were told about at the meeting, at the Durban meeting, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Selega, I think you may
Yes.
proceed.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I must say that, Mr. Tsotsi, I have said to the board members who have told the chairperson, the commission, about the report, that they have nonetheless, when Mr. Baloyi asked repeatedly about that report, associated themselves with and that's exactly what the entire board ultimately did, with the comment or the position, the view articulated by Dr. Ngubane that there might be a report out there, but that's not our report. We must make our own decision.
Yes, I recall.
You remember that?
Yes.
And so I have asked them if they ultimately make the decision in disregard, complete disregard of what may have been presented to them as a report, articulated to them as a report, why did they turn around and want to blame you again for a report they said they don't need in order to make the decision? You follow that?
Yes.
But why didn't you tell them that on the 19th of March?
Chairman, that meeting of the 19th of March was incredibly stressful. When I reflect on that meeting now, I have to say that I was under a lot of stress. Because by that time, I was aware that the board was pursuing me. So I was not really at my best in terms of being able to deal with myself in that meeting. The whole meeting was accusatory. It was clear that was the purpose of the meeting. And so there are a lot of things which I could have recalled that had happened earlier that I did actually not recall. Because my whole frame of mind was not correct.
You see, why these issues are important is in part because they may be relevant to the question of what the reasons were for the board to push you out. Because to the extent that that's the impression that's created, did they push you out because maybe somebody outside of Eskom, as part of some agenda, wanted you out because you were not cooperating with the Guptas? Or is the position that indeed there were some grounds for your colleagues on the board to feel, for them to lose confidence in you and therefore to seek your removal? So that's where these issues become important.
Yes.
As I say, one or more board members say part of the reason why we lost confidence in him is that he told us there was a report when there was no report, or when he was asked to produce the report, he couldn't produce the report. So therefore suggesting that the reason why he couldn't produce it is because it didn't exist. He had told us something that was not true. That's the impression I get from the evidence of some of the board members who have testified. Therefore, we were entitled to lose confidence in him. Or whether because you may not have been cooperating with the Guptas, some members of the board or the board was influenced from outside of Eskom to get rid of you. You see, that's where the relevance is.
Yes.
But I think you have said what I think you wanted to say on it. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Selega.
Yes, the other point, Mr. Tsotsi, I think we could take it also as covered to a large extent is the engagement of Mr. Nick Linnell, because that was one of the issues the board members raised with you.
Yes.
You brought this man, you engaged him, you didn't follow procurement procedures, and you engaged him without informing the board.
Yes, I think that was covered
That
last
was,
time.
yes.
With him and with the board members,
Correct.
that was covered.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we've read, you actually did inform the board members there.
Yeah.
Yes. And then the last thing on this was the terms of reference and the media statement that got leaked. They also took you to
Well,
task
didn't
on
he
that
deal
one.
with that as well? I
We
don't know
did.
about the terms of reference, but
Yes.
didn't he deal with the leaking of the alleged leaking of, he dealt with that. You dealt with that last time, Mr.
We spoke
The
about
charges,
it,
you
yeah.
dealt with all the charges as far as I recall, or am I mistaken?
Dealt with the charges, yes.
And they included the allegation that you had leaked the media statement to the media that had not been approved by the board. Isn't it?
Chairman, that is what the allegation was.
Yes, what I'm saying is you have dealt with it in your evidence. We have asked you about it, isn't it?
Yes, you have asked me about it, yes.
Yeah, so we don't need to
So
repeat that.
we're
Yeah.
moving on.
Yeah.
There is an aspect, Chairman, which I guess it will be covered under the terms of reference. Is that where you wanted to go now? Because
Yeah, because I've seen that the two are interlinked.
Yes.
Having visited the meeting of the 19th of March of 2015, the communication within the board, that they have linked the two. I know that I haven't linked them with you before, and maybe you can touch on that briefly for the chairpersons.
What was the allegation about the terms of reference? That he put himself in the committee that was going to do the investigation?
no, Chair.
What was the allegation about the terms of
The
reference?
charge was that he commissioned the drafting of the terms of reference
Yes.
that were not consistent with what the board had in mind.
Was that part of the charge or that's just an allegation?
It was part of the charge and the debate on the 19th of March.
Yes, okay. And we didn't deal with it. He didn't deal with it before.
We didn't go into the details with Mr. Tsotsi. We did with Ms. Klein.
Okay, let's deal with it
Yeah.
then.
And let me just tell the chairperson how the two, because the media's statement that gets to be leaked, Chair, reports on the terms of reference. So it says these are the terms of reference and inquiry and so on. And the complaint is that, but what this media statement is communicating to the public as the terms of reference for the inquiry, it's incorrect.
Okay.
It's inconsistent with the board's own terms of inquiry.
Okay. Okay.
So that's how the two connect. And Mr. Tsotsi, then you can deal with it.
Yeah, what do you say about that?
Yeah.
Chairman, during that meeting of the 19th, when the issue of these terms of reference was being discussed, there was an allegation that I instructed Nick, to prepare terms of reference which were at variance with the terms of reference that the ARC had prepared. And at one point there was a question which says, did I or did Nick have access to the terms of reference that ARC had prepared? And quite clearly he saw them and he infused his own view on them, which is the document which they allege was the one that was leaked. So in other words, the view of the ARC committee vis-a-vis the view of Nick Linnell were some divergence. Now, what transpired in the meeting was that one of the board members, I can't remember exactly who it was, had made an indication, a statement, to the fact that the source of the problem is that the terms of reference which Nick had prepared are in fact quite at variance with the terms of reference that the minister spoke of at the meeting on the Wednesday. That would have been the
11th of March.
11th. Now, Chairman, that's a curious statement because I don't recall the minister dealing with terms of reference in her meeting. And it seems as though there was some information or some knowledge that some of the board members had in respect of what should go into the terms of reference, which I certainly did not have, nor did Nick have. So you recall also, Chairman, at that time, there were allegations of that meeting on the 16th that supposedly the minister had with some of the board members. And it was immediately after that meeting when Nick Lenels was informed to cease to get engaged on this issue. So I don't know whether it's possible to connect somehow the whole rationale about the objection to Nick's terms of reference as against what was required by ARC, and ARC having been informed from elsewhere as to what terms of reference they should adopt. I think the whole attitude towards Nick about the work he had done in terms of reference and simply just dumping him from doing that work seems to have been informed by something that occurred. And in Nick's statement, he also makes the point that it is his terms of reference that has caused the rift between him and the board. It's as though these terms of reference were not in accordance with some interest of some sort. Now, it's difficult for me to be able to adduce anything beyond what I'm saying, but I'm just basing myself on the observations that I've made as a result of the issue around the terms of reference. Yeah. I think I don't know whether the evidence shows anything more than this.
Yeah, let me read to the chairperson, just to the record as well. Because I think we need to get correct what the member of the board said in this regard. Chair, it's a transcript again of the 19th of March, and I'll read quickly from that. The members are debating, March 2015, the board members are debating about Mr. Lunel getting involved at the behest of Mr. Tsotsi. So Ms. Naidu says, Nick can be fired and he could leave. And she carries on. But if we get these terms of reference incorrect, we do not do the right thing on this inquiry, this board is going to be a laughingstock. Going to be like a laughingstock. And she carries on. And right now, there is no document in black and white that said any of these people have done something seriously wrong. The terms of reference that this guy put out there is not what we have got. She's referring to Mr. Lunel, or what we have drafted. And it is not in terms of what the minister said to us on Wednesday. So that is our bigger problem. This consultant can go because he has acted unethically already. So I think what Mr. Tsotsi is drawing attention to is the fact that the terms of reference drafted by Mr. Lunel were said to be inconsistent with what the minister had told the board, or told us, it is said, on Wednesday. And that's the bigger problem. Mr. Tsotsi, you say you were not aware. I don't even know what the minister said. I think Ms. Naidu is coming back and we will ask her about that. But do you know what the minister had said, which would have made the terms of reference prepared by Mr. Nick to be inconsistent with that?
No, there's nothing I know that the minister said to that effect in that meeting, Chairman. So I'm at a loss as to why that statement is being made. Yeah.
We have covered the allegations by Mr. Koko as to what he alleges was Mr. Tsotsi's role in his suspension.
Yes.
We have covered the allegation about that Mr. Tsotsi said Mr. Linnell had been appointed by the presidency.
Yes,
We
Chair.
have covered the allegations that Mr. Tsotsi said there was a report in the presidency. And then you have just covered the terms of reference. But I don't know whether there is anything more Mr. Tsotsi wanted to say on the terms of reference. I think you are done with them.
Yes.
If you still have some questions on them, that's fine. But I'm trying to remember whether how much else is left in terms of matters of substance that were raised by board members and Mr. Kobo and maybe whoever else. that
Yes.
Mr.
Chair, can I
Mr.
raise
Tsotsi
another
needs
issue?
to- Mr. Tsotsi may need to deal with
Yes.
before that, Mr. Tsotsi.
No.
Yes, Mr. Selega. You would
The-
have a fresher recollection
Yeah.
of the issues we needed to cover with him.
Yeah. I think Chair, he's covered, he's covered those aspects. I mean, he's covered them in his affidavit as well. Mr. Paminsky,
Oh,
I mean, the last page of your affidavit.
what was Mr. Paminsky's allegations against Mr. Tsotsi?
Is the same that Mr. Tsotsi motivated for the suspension of the 4 executives, including the FD.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
And,
Yes.
and allegations of misdemeanors.
Yeah, so it's nothing different from what we have dealt with already.
Yes, no, it's all in the same
Yeah.
broad themes.
But what I wanted to check was whether there are any issues outstanding that you intended to raise with Mr. Tsotsi that have not been covered, or whether we have covered them.
We've covered that. There was one issue of interest. It doesn't relate to an allegation against him.
But you would like him to deal with it.
Yeah, I would like to ask him that question, just so
Yes,
he can
before-
answer it.
Before,
Yes.
he wanted to say something, Mr. Tsotsi, you wanted to say something on this?
Yes,
on
Chairman.
what I was saying.
No, not on what you're saying. I just wanted to amplify something that has come to light, which has not been raised in the commission before in regards to this matter.
Yes, do that.
And that is that it has come to light that Mr. Linnell was actually paid by Eskom for the services that he provided from the 11th to the 18th of March 2015.
I thought Mr. I'm sorry. I thought when he gave evidence, I thought Mr. Linnell said he had not been paid. Maybe mistaken. So you say he has been paid for those days,
Correct.
for the work that he did for Eskom during that time.
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah.
But apart from making that statement, is there some point you seek to drive with that statement, with the fact that he was paid by Eskom?
Well, all I'm really driving at, Chairman, is that to me seems to be, at the very least, a tacit, acceptance of the fact that the board considered him having been employed. It's a tacit admission that he has been remunerated because he provided a service to the board, which service the board wants to disavow at some point.
Based on your experience, I mean, you were chairperson of the board for a number of years. I don't know whether 3 or 4 before the 2015 board. Would that kind of payment have had to be approved by the board? In other words, can one say that because he was paid, the board must have approved that he be paid? Because if he submitted an invoice and some official paid, the board might say, well, that issue never came to us. If it had come to us, we would have said no.
Chairman, the short answer is definitely the board would have had to approve, for the simple reason that Mr. Linnell was not engaged by any of the executives or by any executive or order authority. He was engaged directly by the board. And the services provided were not provided as a result of some executive requirement. There's nothing in the books of the executive management at Eskom which says Mr. Linnell was asked to do this, and therefore he needs to be remunerated for it. It's clearly coming from the board. It has to.
Well, what about the fact that you told the board that he had been appointed by the presidency? Shouldn't one expect that he would be paid by the presidency? Why was he paid by Eskom?
Well, I don't know whether the word appointed was used. I don't recall, but I do recall saying that the president had asked that this man assist us.
Well, I thought you used the word appointed, and I thought
don't know. Did I maybe
you
I
also
did.
said
I don't recall.
the president gave Mr. Linnell to you, or this gentleman to Eskom to help them, to help Eskom. How can they give without paying?
Well, that could have been an observation that Eskom themselves would have made.
Yeah. Okay.
Chair,
Yes,
the correspondence regarding the request for payment by Mr. Linnell shows that it's an email from him, 16 December 2015, and it's addressed to Mr. Khoza.
Mr. Khoza. Was he acting CEO at the time? You don't know.
December 2015, no. No, Mr. Molefe would have been the acting. Brian Molefe would have been.
Well, he would have been appointed permanently, actually, by December, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
Mr. Brian Molefe.
As the CEO, that's correct.
Yeah.
So Mr. Khoza then became a normal board member. Or was he the acting chairperson? No, he was not the
No,
acting
he was
chairperson.
not at that point.
So the email is to him. Says, thanks for following up. I have attached the invoices. And then Mr. Zitembe Khoza forwards the invoices to Mr. Anod Singh the next day, the 17th of December 2015. Then the invoices, there's a reply from Ms. Maya Bana to Mr. Zitembe Khoza, say we will sort the payment by next week.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, have a blessed
Yeah,
Christmas.
let's leave it at that. I think ask your last question to Mr.
Yes.
Tsotsi.
My next question is this, Mr. Tsotsi. It's now become common cause before the commission. I'd put it at that level. I hope it is at that level. That on the 9th of March 2015, the suspension of the executives was not mentioned. Mr. Paminsky has said that. You have said that. The executives have said that. Mr. Matuna and Ms. Tsulofelo Molefe. But when you look at the transcript, you pick up comments by two board members, one Dr. Ngubane and the other by Mr. Paminsky. And his comments to this effect. You have introduced the idea of the inquiry from the presidency and so on. Firstly, Dr. Ngubane, Eskom Bundle 12, page 263, just for the purposes of the record, he says, now we are being asked to form a subcommittee, commit our fiduciary duty to this thing, and then the subcommittee takes very serious steps that will involve cost, that we might involving restructuring the organization, etc., probably in firing some people. And he says, no, Chairman, we cannot work like this. I'm sorry. And I was curious on the comment that this might involve firing some people. Did this occur to you at that stage?
Chairman, I know there's nothing that of that nature that occurred to me at that time to do with firing some people.
No, what I'm asking you is, did you pick this up, that he had said the inquiry might probably involve firing of some people?
The statement was not significant to me at the time. I mean, I did not attribute anything of significance to the statement at the time, absolutely. I had no basis whatsoever to think that there could be such a proposition at any point in the process.
In similar vein, I want to read to you what Mr. Makpamensky says, again, Eskom Bundle 12, page 270. He says, yes, thank you, Chair. Some of my concerns are, first of all, I really think we should all, as a board, meet with the stakeholder. My biggest concern is that we going down on this report, and it is going to take up a lot of management time. And as what we know, it is the skill set at the high extra level, there is a massive problem. If we lose top staff members during this critical time, it really puts the business at a huge risk. And that is my biggest concern. You know, skills are very hard to find within this level. And I think we really need to understand that. Like in a normal process, I understand that an investigation wants to happen. And I am very for an investigation should it happen, but it is all about the timing of the investigation. But he says, if we lose top staff members during this critical time, but there hasn't been any mention of that. And once again, my question is, did you take note of this at that stage, on the 9th of March 2015?
I did not take it as something that could have imply any consequences that might, occur down the line. An inquiry vis-a-vis loss of top skills in the business, that relationship, I did not make anything of it at all at the time when Mark was saying it, Mark Pamensky. So, on reflection, Chairman, it may mean something more than meets the eye, but right now, at the time we were dealing with this matter at that meeting, no, there was no significance in my mind.
Yeah, isn't that surprising? Because at least if anybody knew about the idea to suspend, it would have been you.
Correct.
Even though you did not articulate or communicate it to the board on the 9th.
Yes.
So when you sit there and you hear one says some people might be fired, and you haven't introduced the idea, top staff management might be lost, and you haven't introduced that idea, you say it didn't strike you as something strange.
Certainly not at the time.
Not at the time.
No.
Mr. Silega, I missed something. Who said what about top people being fired and when?
That's the last one is Mr. Mark Pamensky, Chair.
Speaking when?
On the 9th of March 2015.
Yeah, what did he say?
He says to Mr. Tsotsi, talking about the inquiry, he responds, he says, my biggest concern is that we're going down on this report and it is going to take up a lot of management time as we want, as we know, it is the skill set at the high extra level, there is a massive problem. If we lose top staff members during this critical time, it really puts the business at a huge risk. And that is my biggest concern.
You are reading from his affidavit
No, I'm reading
talking
from,
about what he said at the meeting of the 9th,
I'm reading from the transcript, Chair,
of the meeting of the 9th.
of the meeting of the 9th.
So does it amount to him saying at some stage some top people at Eskom would be fired? What does it say about firing?
If we lose top staff members during this critical time, he seems to express either
A fear or concern that the Eskom could lose top people?
yes,
And from the context of the transcript, does it indicate where he was coming from with this idea? From the transcript?
that's the point, Chair. No,
Oh, so that's the point you are raising.
Yes,
To say, how could he talk about the possibility of Eskom losing
top
top
staff.
people
Yes,
on the 9th
yes,
in circumstances where we know that the previous day at the Durban meeting, the discussion had included the suspension of some executives.
that's right.
And because it was only Mr. Tsotsi from the board who
Yes,
had attended the Durban meeting, we expect that if any board member knew about what had been discussed at the meeting in Durban, he or she would know it through Mr. Tsotsi.
that's right.
And if Mr. Tsotsi had not told any member,
On the 9th.
then there is a question mark as to why Mr. Paminsky was talking about the possibility of Eskom losing top people
Yes, yes,
when in 2 or 3 days' time, that topic was going to be before the board.
Yes.
And of course, the decision taken to suspend them.
yes. And the,
Okay.
and the evidence is that it was only on the 11th, 2 days later,
Yes,
that the minister came to the meeting and planted, they used the word, planted the seed of suspensions.
yes, yes, yes.
So 2 days before, apart from Mr. Tsotsi, nobody should be knowing in the board that there is a possibility of us losing, and he uses the word top staff
Yes.
members.
Yes. Where is that transcript to be found? What
Eskom Bundle 12,
bundle 12?
Bundle 12, Chair. Page 270.
Okay.
It's at the bottom of the page, against line 20, Chair.
Okay, I'll read it
Yes.
later to see if there is a connection.
Yes. And
Okay, all right.
And
Are you done or you still
I am.
have?
Dr. Ngubane also made a similar comment, Chair.
Yes. Is it on the
263.
same bundle?
Yes, the same transcript.
Do you want to tell me whereabouts?
Yes, page 263. At the bottom, against line 20 as well.
Just read it into the record.
Shall I read it, Chair?
Yes.
Against line 20, it says, you know, we have had coal plus cost, mines, this and that, but it is all being lectured to us without a chance to interrogate. Now we are being asked to form a subcommittee, commit our fiduciary duty to this thing, and then the subcommittee takes very serious steps that will involve cost, that we might involving restructuring the organization, etc. Then he says, probably in firing some people. There is no chairman. I mean, we cannot work like this. I'm sorry. But why did
Yeah.
they think people will be fired? Why did they think top staff members would lose their jobs on the 9th of March 2015?
Yes, I think, I think questions should be put to them too about these statements
Yes.
so that they get a chance to explain.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll provide an understandable explanation or context. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Was that your last question?
That was the last
Okay.
from my
Thank-
side.
Mr. Ngqebesha, I nearly just assumed that you might have no re-examination. Do you intend, would you like to re-examine or not really?
Chairperson, yes, but very briefly.
Yeah, what's your estimate? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
10 at the most.
Sorry?
10 minutes at the most.
Yes, okay, that's right. Let's go for it.
Thank you very much. I would beg the chairperson's pardon in as far as correct referencing of your bundles before you.
You don't have
I don't
similar,
have a full site with me, but the
okay.
documents have been referenced.
Maybe we'll be able to just follow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, all right. Are you fine doing it from there, or would you like to go to the podium?
Anyway, it's fine. I could proceed from here.
Okay, all right. Okay.
The first one is to make reference to, just to bring to the attention of Mr. Tsotsi.
I'm sorry, I think you might deprive yourself of the opportunity to appear on television.
Okay.
They must sanitize the podium, then you can stand there. I know that's not your concern.
It's not our primary concern at all. But I do understand that
Yeah, but
you have an
but the-
overarching interest.
the TV people might complain because they want you to appear on their television.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, in your affidavit, supplementary affidavit that you were taken through by the evidence leader earlier, the last one you filed, where you are discussing issues related to Mr. Nick Linnell. I think it's paragraph 13 of your affidavit.
I've got
Yes,
paragraph
I'm
13.
told it's Eskom 07-1233.
I've got it.
Got
Thank
it,
you
yes.
very
Yeah. Yeah, if you refer to any of his affidavits and you mention the paragraph, I will get it.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Mr. Tsotsi, if you don't mind, let's look, maybe that for expedience, let me read paragraph 13. You state in his affidavit for the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprise, Mr. Nick Linnell states on page U17 AZT 149, 13.1, add paragraph 16. While Ms. Mee and his son played no active role in the meeting, Jabu provided information about the state of Eskom, including allegations of wrongdoing and reasons for business failures, some of which are in the public domain. 13.2, add paragraph 17. To the best of my recollection, Jabu had a number of documents that dealt with alleged events at Eskom. These were largely from unidentified sources and unverified content. These were things an investigation would identify and were background in the context, but in part, some of the allegations did provide some value in scoping and approach to the investigation. That's close the inverted commas or quote and full stop. Now, there was a conversation between the chairperson and yourself regarding documents versus report. Is this by any chance dealing with that conversation, or is this something completely different?
Yes, this was the conversation.
Yeah, and I'm on specifically the terminology. Here we use the terminology documents. In the earlier record, where I think it's in the transcript of proceedings, if not mistaken, of the 11th of March 2015, there appears to have been an allegation that you indicated you have a report from the presidency. Are you talking about the same thing here, or are you talking about a different thing there?
This is the same set of documents. The reference in the board meeting was the reference, as indicated here, of documents that dealt with the alleged events or misdemeanors at Eskom.
No. Okay. Now we have established that you and correct me if I'm wrong, you use the word documents, or at least Mr. Linnell, who you are quoting verbatim here, uses the wording documents, yet when you are recorded in the transcript of the 11th of March, you use the word report. And you were meaning the same thing, or you were talking separate things?
I was referring to the same things.
All right.
Yes.
Now, since we have now established we're talking about the same thing, in the same transcript, and I beg your pardon again, Chairperson, because I don't have it with me as we speak. At the time when, I think it was Mr. Norman Baloyi in particular, who persisted to request that you provide the report at the meeting, that would be the basis amongst which reliance could be sought for the mooted suspensions. What, if you recall, was Dr. Ben Ngubane's engagement on that topic?
Chair, my recollection there was that Dr. Ngubane was not interested in a document which is not our document, meaning an Eskom document. His attitude was, well, that's a report someone else's. We are looking for our own report, and that's what we should be looking for. Essentially, that was the comment that he made.
Now, did that intervention by Dr. Ben Ngubane dispel of the need for the report to be brought forth, or was there a follow-up request after he had made that intervention?
No, there was no follow-up request in terms of board members wanting me to produce a report.
Put differently, did the fellow board members of the meeting accept his intervention when he said that, but we're not interested in the reports of other entities like the president's. We want our own report. Because I'm trying to deal with this issue that says that later, a few days later, an allegation is made that you made reference to a report which Nick Linnell refers to as some documentation here, which you say is the same thing, that Dr. Ngubane intervenes in the conversation against the backdrop of a request from Norman Baloyi and says, but we're not interested. It's not our report. We need to do our own. Was there a follow-up request?
Chairman, the board members appear to have lost interest in pursuing that issue when Dr. Ngubane made the statement he made. I at that time, I did not pursue the issue any further after Dr. Ngubane had indicated that he felt that we should be talking about our own report. Yes.
My learned friends, juniors, very kind to me. It's Eskom 1238, sorry, Eskom 12381 in terms of your bundles, Chairperson. In particular, I think Mr. Baloyi starts to
Yes.
speak there, and then later the Chairperson. And it runs up to
But
Eskom 12382.
I'm able to follow.
Thank you very much.
Able to follow, yeah.
So then, in the light of this record, on the 19th, it would appear an allegation is then made against you that you, by the way, told us of a report that you later could not produce. Yet you say the acceptance there was that it's not necessary, even if it was available. Is that what we should understand?
That's the view we should take, Chairman, because as I say, I was under pressure a lot in that meeting on the 19th. And there are a number of things which I could have indicated, which I did not indicate. Because my whole mindset was, unfocused on my having to defend myself from the attack which was made against me by the board. Yes, but in answer to the question, that would be the case. I would accept what Mr. Ngubesha said.
In as far as the alleged misdemeanors that was also discussed at length earlier on, certainly it would appear on record you had to clarify as you testified what Nick Lidnell's document would have been referring to. And then you testified also today that, but the conclusionary remarks you made, as found in your affidavit, were clearly stated as you read into the record, that there was no basis upon which wrongdoing was imputed on the executives to be contemplated to be suspended, notwithstanding the fact that there may have been allegations that had not yet been verified. Is that correct to understand?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So, and then there is an allegation later that, and I'm treating really the theme that could there have been a proper basis for your fellow board members to have lost confidence in you other than for the fact that there was a plan that you may not have been aware of that was going on, hijacking these proceedings that you thought were ordinary, innocent inquiry, yet there were people that may have been aware of other things unbeknown to you.
Chairman, this is a quandary for me because I have, I think earlier, even myself stated that there were some goings on which are difficult to explain in terms of impacting the issues that were currently going on at the time. So it could very well be that this could have been the case. You will recall also, Chair, I don't know whether this was put before the Commission as evidence, but I seem to think that it was, that following one of these allegations about secret meetings, I wrote a letter to the minister complaining about, in fact, this very existence of a secret meeting, and that these meetings were designed to sabotage the work that the board is doing, and in fact were contrary to the spirit that we were doing this business in, and as a consequence of that, the board is not doing what it is expected to do. I even suggested to the minister that the minister should dissolve the board on the basis of this kind of behavior. So there was a lot of that going on. Yes.
Perhaps to move now to Mr. Linnell's affidavit, which was, as I understand it, filed in December last year, 2020. This chairperson, I don't know whether it's already in the record, but was made available to us, at least to me, late yesterday. And I do believe that we received it from Advocate Silega.
What document is it?
It's Mr. Nick Linnell's supplementary affidavit pursuant to him having appeared on the 5th and the 6th of October last year, where he seeks to explain certain things that he believes that when reflecting on the transcript of proceedings were not put thoroughly as he would have loved to.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I've seen it, but if you have got it, either we have it or the evidence leaders have got it.
I'm sure the evidence leaders do have it because we got it from
Yes,
them.
yeah.
The specific paragraph is paragraph 50.14.
Maybe you should just state what the date of the affidavit is so that it will be easy to
Yes,
trace it when it was deposed to.
just a second, I'll get to it now. It's the 17th of December 2020.
Okay, I think Mr. Silega appears to want to say something about it. Maybe speak from where you are, Mr. Silega, if you can, because the person who is going to sanitize seems to be far. Yes. Yes.
Supplementary affidavit.
Yes.
So the chair and us will not have it in the bundle.
At the moment.
At this present moment, yes, because Mr. Tsotsi didn't address it specifically in his latest supplementary affidavit.
Okay, all right. Just in case that was not captured in the record, Mr. Silega says the affidavit to which Mr. Ngabesha is referring was received by the commission, but has not been included in the bundle. But you may go ahead, Mr. Ngabesha, because we want to finish Mr. Tsotsi's evidence.
Paragraphs 50.14, and I will read it into the record very shortly. Certainly, to my knowledge, there was no involvement of Mr. Koko or the Guptas prior to the 11th of March 2015. 50.15, if I had been part of the ploy to suspend executives under the pretext of an inquiry, it would have been logical to assume that I would have, as a business consultant who derives his living from such work, to have acquiescence to the board's demand to limit the inquiry and simply earn part of the 23 million rand fees that Dentons earned through a limited investigation. One would not expect me to act to my own detriment. The only benefit I secured from this engagement was the 30,000 rand fee that ultimately was paid for my services for the work done from the evening of the 8th of March to about the 18th of March. That is, and I close the quotation there. You had made reference to payment being made to Mr. Linnell. Is this where you attribute this fee that was paid from? Or is there any other reference?
That's correct, Chairman. I saw it in that document.
I could be done, if I may beg your pardon, just one more second to check on my notes.
Okay.
Thank you. One last point, Chairperson. A lot of discussion occurred earlier regarding the exchange between yourself and the minister, in particular regarding the composition and the names of the board committees that on the 16th of December 2014 you had sent to the minister. And then later on, at least on record, what has been made available is the revised one that you sent to the minister in January. Now, if I may beg my evidence leaders' assistance on that specific affidavit, because I want to make reference to a specific paragraph.
Okay. While your counsel is looking for the relevant passages, can I clarify this? With regard to the composition of the different committees of the board that we talked about earlier, ultimately, the composition of the committees of the board that prevailed and was implemented, was it the one that the minister had insisted upon, had sent to you, or was it another one that you put up?
Chairman, from what I saw of the document that was prepared to show the two, 16th December and 26th January, the 16th December one is the one that I had sent to the minister, which I had received from Mr. Salim Issa, which I may say, and I will say this in a follow-up affidavit, is substantially the same as what appears on my on the 26th of January.
Yes, but my question was not that. My question was, we saw the composition of the board committees that you sent to the minister on the 16th of December, which you say you got from Mr. Salim Issa, the composition, but the email was your email.
Yes.
And then we have seen the composition of the board committees that you sent to the minister on the 26th of January.
Yes.
And you said the minister sent you the same composition as the composition you sent him on the 16th of December, which was the composition given to you by Mr. Salim Issa. My question is, which composition was ultimately implemented?
It is that same composition.
Which one?
The one that I received from the minister and I said,
Yes.
the one I had sent to the minister.
Yes, that's the one that was ultimately implemented.
Correct.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Save, as I said, Chairman, for my involvement, my membership of the Investment and Finance Committee.
So when in the one that you sent to the minister on the 16th of December, your name was reflected also in the Investment and
Yes.
Finance Committee.
Yes.
And the one that the minister sent to you was the same, except that your name was no longer in the Investment and Finance Committee. Is that what you're saying?
No.
What she sent you was exactly what you had sent him.
Correct.
But later on, you yourself took your name out of the Investment and Finance Committee.
That's correct.
And was there a replacement for you in that committee, or was there no replacement? Or you can't
There
remember?
was a replacement. There was somebody else who took my position.
Yeah, would you have decided on the replacement, or would the minister have been
I
involved
decided on the replacement.
without the minister?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. So, but ultimately, it's the one you received from the minister that was implemented, subject to the fact that your name was no longer in the Investment and Finance Committee, and somebody else was put in there, and the person was put in was decided upon by yourself.
Correct.
Okay, but you just said now, I think that you said the composition was substantially the same. You remember in the morning we talked, we tried to establish from you whether it was exactly the same or substantially, and I thought you said exactly, but now you say substantially. You remember that discussion?
Yes, Chairman, I remember that. I think I might have used the word exactly in my affidavit to the Portfolio Committee.
Yes.
But now on seeing and on recalling that I had actually moved myself out of the IFC, it would not be identical.
Well, it may be that I am attributing to you something in a different context, something you said in a different context, because you may have been saying in the morning the composition that the minister sent to you was exactly the same as the composition you sent to her on the 16th of December.
That is correct.
So if you say the two were the same, exactly the same, that would be correct.
Yes.
What is different is the composition that was ultimately implemented, because the one that was ultimately implemented differed from the one you sent to the minister on the 16th of December and the one the minister sent to you only in one respect, namely that your name was no longer in the Committee for Investment and Finance. Otherwise, it was the same.
Correct. Don't forget, Chairman, I also said that I also did my changes,
Yes.
which included, amongst others, my removal of myself from the IFC.
Yes, yeah, no, I understand that. But
So the only thing that got retained, even after the minister had instructed that the composition of the committee should be exactly as he had sent it back to me, which included me in the IFC, I still changed myself, took myself out
that
of the
part,
IFC,
yeah,
even post that time.
yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, Mr. Nabesh.
Precisely my area of interest in clarification on
okay.
re-examination.
Okay.
May I request that we first focus on Eskom 07-1222, paragraph 4, as we try and clarify.
Yes, you can continue.
And I read into the record, this is Mr. Zola Tsotsi's affidavit, supplementary affidavit.
Okay, you're reading too softly. I think.
Oh, it is Mr. Tsotsi's affidavit, paragraph 4, and I read.
Yeah, it is the one that is Exhibit U 17.2, starting at page 1222. And you are reading from?
Correct. Paragraph 4 of that.
Yeah.
To the best of my recollection, the allocations as reflected in my email of 16 December 2014 are precisely as I had received them from Mr. Salim Issa.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I decided to pass it on to the Minister Brown as is. In my commentary regarding the chairperson of Audit and Risk Committee needing to be a CA, I was priming the minister to changes that I intend to make, which subsequently did. I suppose I did. One such change was removing my name from the Investment and Finance Committee. Close quote. Now, what do you mean by this? Do you want to expand? I mean, we understand what you meant. You did pass exactly that which you received from Salim Issa to the minister. But also you say you were priming the minister to changes. What do you mean by priming? Expand on that.
Chairman, when I looked at the committee of the allocation, I clearly did not agree with what was on there. So when I'm talking about priming the minister, I was alerting her that I'm likely to make some changes.
Okay, hold on.
That was my.
Let's hold on there. Now, Chairperson, if I beg your pardon and ask us to consider Eskom 07031. This is Mr. Tsotsi's original affidavit. On paragraph 20.3, I start to read.
Yes, just read.
The other occasion was when the new board came into being, where I was required to place board members in subcommittees of the board. Salim Issa sent me his configuration and asked that I pass it on to the minister as my submission. I quietly ignored his submission and sent mine to the minister, whereupon the minister responded with the exact submission I had received from Salim Issa. I kept going back and forth with this process of chopping and changing the allocations with the minister until she called me to a meeting. At the meeting was Salim Issa and Tony Gupta. She merely informed me that the board allocations will be the way she sent them to me. This she did in the presence of these two gentlemen. I do not know if Mr. Issa had any involvement in my resignation from the board. Now, I close quote there. What we're picking up from your original affidavit, read together with this supplementary, is that, and you must correct me where I'm wrong, the original list that you sent on the 16th of December was received from Salim Issa and was sent as is to the minister. Is that correct?
Correct.
Secondly, what we are picking up, specifically reading from your original affidavit, is that whereas we've dealt with the chairperson regarding the inaccuracy of placing the words quietly ignored, because that's not what really happened.
Yes.
Notwithstanding what your intention was to convey.
Yes.
But the reality is that there was a back and forth chopping and changing between yourself and the minister. Can you expand on that, what you meant?
What I meant there is that I made the changes or suggested changes following what minister's response was when I sent Salim Issa's original submission. And I then got the idea from the minister again that I should not make any changes, and the allocation is as what she had sent me.
Perhaps.
So,
Yes, continue.
so this culminated then in her calling me to a meeting, because I suppose in her mind I was resisting what she was saying by introducing changes that were not in accordance with what she had wanted to happen.
Do you know do you know why she would insist on the composition of committees being the way she wanted them to be, other than the one or two committees that she says in her affidavit she was legally entitled to decide upon? Because she says in her affidavit, legally, I was entitled or obliged or I had a responsibility to see to the composition of, I think, the Audit and Risk Committee and the Ethics Committee. The other committees, she seems to concede that she did not legally have a right or power to determine their composition. But here now, on your version, she was insisting that even with regard to the other committees, the composition should be the way she wanted and not the way you, as the chairperson, or you, as the board, wanted them. Do you know why she would have insisted on doing something that she had no right to do?
Chairman, I don't know explicitly.
Yes.
I don't have any evidence to that,
Yes,
that I can
yeah.
say I know.
And
However, the moment I got this document with the composition from Salim Issa where he said I should pass it on to the minister, I immediately had in mind that there must be some relationship between Salim Issa and Minister Brown, that Salim would ask me to do a thing like this. And then what was reinforced in my mind in terms of that was when I then was called by the minister and she insisted on what she insisted, i.e. that the allocation that I originally got from Salim should stay as it is and unchanged. And doing that in the presence of Salim Issa and Tony Gupta. So I came to the conclusion there and then that she was serving the interests of people outside of Eskom, namely the Guptas. That's the impression I have, and that's the impression I got at the time.
Okay, Mr. Ngabesha.
That will be all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think there is just one or two last things, Mr. Tsotsi. You know, your counsel referred you to your affidavit where he quoted, or where in your affidavit you had quoted Mr. Linnell talking about documents that Mr. Maswanganyi had at the meeting in Durban. And he asked you whether those are the documents that you were talking about when you said there was a report. And you said yes. You remember that?
Yes.
But I'm under the impression, and I think I did say this before, you didn't say that's not true. I'm under the impression that you are reported to have said to the board on the 11th that the report you were talking about was in the presidency. If I'm wrong about that, my question might fall away. But if I'm correct about that, there might be a question of how it is possible that you could say that those are the documents we're talking about, which Mr. Maswanganyi had at the meeting of the 8th, if you had said the report you were talking about was in the presidency.
Mr. Chairman, I did say that because, don't forget from my perspective, because this thing was entirely new, there were people who had documents there. And I took the view that these documents were part of documents which were in the hands of people in the presidency. They happened to be the hands of a particular individual at that time. And I understood that they themselves would have gotten those documents from the presidency, from somebody within the presidency. And so I was referring to the source of the documents. The fact that someone else had physically the document in their hand was not really the issue. I was really saying this is the source of the document.
Okay.
Yes.
Then there is the question of when exactly the meeting that you talked about involving yourself, Ms. Brown, and Mr. Essa and Tony Gupta took place. Your counsel also referred to quoted paragraphs from your affidavits where you seem to say there was toing and froing between, or chopping between yourself and the minister in relation to the composition of the board committees until she called you to a meeting and said the composition that will be implemented was the one she had sent to you. That seemed to suggest to me that you may be mistaken in thinking that the meeting took place before the 26th of January. I don't know whether you have the same feeling, because when you say until, it's like after that meeting, the toing and froing and stopped because now she had put her foot down. But before that, there was the exchange of different compositions between yours, or you kept on sending. In the end, it might not matter whether it was before or after the 26th of January, but I thought I must just raise that again, whether in your own mind you seem quite clear that it was before the 26th of January, or whether it could be that it was after.
Chairman, it was before the 26th of January. Don't forget also, if you recall some of the evidence from other board members, that they were already operating in subcommittees in January. So this
it was
business,
before.
yes, would have had to have been clarified to a large extent.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
that's fine. Okay.
We've come to the end.
Nothing arising. Eh?
No,
No.
Mr. Tsotsi just opens another can of worms after the other.
Mr. Ngqeberha?
Chairperson, certainly for me, I probably was oversimplistic. I thought the point was made. Maybe if you indulge me just on this last point arising from your comment.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Maybe you can do it from there.
Yes. Mr. Tsotsi, now the back and forth between yourself and the minister, at what point does that happen? If you were to give proposed dates? Because we know that the 16th of December 2014, you receive from ISA, you pass on to the minister.
Chair, this would have occurred shortly after I had received the response from the minister,
Okay.
right? After I'd passed on what Salim Issa had sent me. She came back and said, this is okay. Then following that would have been post the 16th. So it would be sometime between the 16th and, let's say, maybe the first week or so of January. Yeah,
Now-
that would have been the sort of time frame.
Yeah. Maybe before you proceed, Mr. Ngqeberha, let me just interpose this question. You see, the letter, the email that I read to you from the minister of the 28th of January, which we all thought must have been a response to the composition you sent to her on the 26th of January. If you read that email, she seems not to be responding to the composition you sent her in substance. She seemed to be saying, you sent it in a wrong way. You must send it under cover of some letter. And then she sets out a number of items. She says, you must send it together with all of those requirements. Now, if she had already, prior to that, said to you, you shall implement my composition, there may be some tension there, because she seems to be, in that email, to be saying, I will consider your composition, but after you have done the following, put it under cover of a certain letter, and also give me the following things. She sets out 6 things. Now, if your version, on your version that prior to the 26th of January, she had already said, implement my composition and nothing else, it seems that that might not be consistent with the tone of her email of the 28th, where she seems to be entertaining and not rejecting your composition, but saying, bring it under cover of another letter and include the following other things. But you might say, look, I'm clear in my mind it was before, or you might say, look, maybe it was after. In the end, it might not matter. I was just thinking you might be able, it might jog your memory.
Chairman, what I said is that the meeting of the minister where the 2 gentlemen were present, Salim Issa and Tony Gupta, as really the culmination of what the minister wanted, And that was, as far as she was concerned, putting her foot down, as you say, this is what's going to happen. Right? Now, that meeting occurs before the 26th. So on the 26th, I sent to her, in essence, what she says is the culmination of what should be done. Save for the fact that I insisted on taking myself out of the IFC. She accepted that insistence on my part. But the rest of the composition is same as what Salim Isad sent me on the 26th. Notwithstanding my iterations that I sent to her in the interim between the 16th of December and the date on which she put her foot down in the presence of the Gupta. So what she was asking for on the 28th is just a formalization of what I had sent her on the 26th.
Okay.
In a format which she can use in her reporting, in a format she can use in the what was called the shareholders meeting with the board. So it is just a formalization on her part to say, I want this composition you've sent me on the 26th, put it and include the following things.
Okay, Mr. Ngubesha, you had asked for one question. I gave you, but you might have the last one.
The last one is that, put differently, this is the proposition I put to you, which you need to correct me if I'm reading you well. The 26th correspondence becomes the culmination of your conceding that all the changes you had suggested were rejected, save for you taking yourself out, A, B, that the response by her on the 28th simply suggests that now that I am satisfied that you are doing what I want and not what you had proposed, now you can formally put it in this form.
Chairman, I wish I could have put it that way, but that's precisely the situation.
Thank you very much.
Well, you pay him for that. But let me ask the question. Your composition of the 26th,
Yes.
because Mr. Selegas Jr. we haven't had the final version of what she's preparing. Excuse me. Your composition of the 26th that you sent to her, to the minister, was it the same as the composition she sent to you, except that your name was no longer in the Investment and Finance Committee?
Answer is yes, Chairman.
Okay, all right. Now, in your affidavit, in the paragraph that your counsel read, you seem to suggest that you intended making changes to the 16 December composition, but you have only talked about removing your name. Does that mean you decided not to make any other changes that you may have thought you would make?
Yes, one change I recall making was to take Mtwaita Mabuda and out of as chairperson of ARC and put Mark Pomensky. Because Mtwaita, though she is a financial person, at the time I don't think she was a CA. And I made the point in my statement that ordinarily that position is occupied by someone who's a CA. So Mark Pomensky being a CA, I put his name there. So that's one of the changes I recall. Some others I could have made on the basis of the CVs of the board members when I looked at them, which is what was guiding me in terms of the allocation.
So is the position therefore that the composition of the committees of the board that was finally implemented was, one, not exactly the same as the one that the minister sent to you? Two, one difference was that you had taken your name out of the Investment and Finance Committee, but that was not the only change you made. You also made some changes relating to Mr. Mabute and Mr. Pomensky.
Miss Mabude.
Or is it Miss? I'm sorry, Miss Mabute. But are you saying there could be other changes that you don't remember?
There could have been other changes, Chair, that I might have proposed, but I don't recall, quite honestly.
So from what you are now saying, it looks like there may have been substantial changes to the composition that she sent you that you effected.
No.
Yeah, first you said one, your name. Now you said also Ms. Mabute, but you have said there could be others. That's why I'm saying it looks like it could be substantial because the committee members were not many in any committee.
Yes.
It was about 4 or 5 people most of the time, isn't it?
So let me put it another way. The minister rejected every change I made, save for my exclusion of myself from the IFC. That is...
Well, if that is so, then you must be back to your version, which is the composition of the committees that was ultimately implemented was the same as the composition that the minister sent to you, except that your name no longer appeared under Investment and Finance Committee.
That was what ultimately happened.
Yes, but are you saying in between, before you reached that point, you had suggested other changes, including Ms. Mabute and Mr. Pamensky,
Correct.
but that was rejected?
Correct.
And you are saying there may have been others that you can't remember, other changes, but whatever other changes you suggested were rejected by the minister. And the only one she accepted was your removing yourself from the Investment and Finance Committee.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I thought the last question which was asked turned everything, turned everything around. That last question, Mr. Tsotsi, said to you, does it mean that your email of the 26th to the minister, which email is your revised list? You were simply saying to the minister, okay, now that you've asked me to do the changes, here is your changes, and the minister responds and say, okay, formalize it. Follow these formalities in submitting it to me. But earlier, that's not how we understood you to be saying. We understood you to be saying the email of the 26th of January 2015 contained your own list.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I had understood him like that
Yes.
too.
No, maybe,
No.
Chairperson, if you
Yes,
allow
sorry.
me,
Yes, Mr. Ngabesh.
to complete what actually happened. Mr. Tsotsi said there are missing exchanges of emails, which is where these changes were in. And the only ones he sees now are the 16th of December, 2014, and the 26th and the 28th of January. That's where the gap is. That's what warranted this clarity.
Look, in the end, it may not or may not matter a lot, but at this stage one doesn't know whether it will end up being material or not. But the one thing that we know you have said now, Mr. Tsotsi, is the ultimate composition of the board committees that was implemented was the same as the one the minister sent to you, except in one respect. That one respect is that your name was no longer in the Investment and Finance Committee.
That's correct.
That's what you say.
Yes.
Okay, and we ought to have somewhere a document that can prove what the ultimate composition of the committees was, I would imagine.
Yeah.
It should be somewhere.
Yeah, that we should have.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Yeah.
will certainly have that.
Yeah,
Yes. So we will incorporate it in that comparative table
yeah,
so we can see the evolution of
Yeah.
the changes and the ultimate
yeah.
dinosaur we have.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tsotsi. I didn't think that we would, you only finish now, but that is what has happened, and matters needed to be clarified. some have been clarified. Maybe others need further clarification, but thank you very much. I will now excuse you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Mr. Silika must think that I have a very high entertainment value. That's why he keeps me here for so long.
Sorry, just repeat.
I'm just saying, I think the reason why I stay here for so long is because Mr. Silika thinks I have a very high entertainment value. So he likes for me to be around. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Mr. Nabesha, you are also excused. I know you would like to be excused. Some of us are going to continue into the evening session. Okay, I think we'll take an adjournment, Mr. Sileka. We are at 4:30. Of 15 minutes, will that be enough to?
I had the same in mind, Chair.
Yeah, 15 minutes, and then Ms. Daniels can be connected.
Yes.
Okay, we adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. My approach is going to be this. I will tell you what I see from the evidence. Because really about the penalties is, the big question is why the claim, which started as 2.17 billion rand, was settled at, well, the allegation is it was settled at 577 million rand. But when you look at the figures, the actual settlement is actually 419 million rand.
I thought it went even below that. I must be mistaken.
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I thought it ended up being 250 something million.
255 million rand after further deductions. And then the payment is a little over half of that, and over 133 million rand was not paid. Now, and Ms. Daniels, you will tell the chairperson, when do you become involved? And comment on what I'm about to put to you. Then you can take the chairperson into the details. What I've seen from the, Chair, just before I do that, we will be using mainly Ms. Daniels' affidavit on the transactions, which is found in Eskom Bundle 18. Uh, 18A for hard copies. It's on page 236 of the bundle. Ms. Daniels, yours I know is not marked in terms of A, B, and C, so it's just page 236.
Okay, I'll go there.
That's exhibit U34.1.
I've got the affidavit, but I was still looking for the page where it starts dealing with penalties.
Yes, that's...
But you might, or you will refer me to the page when,
Yes, page
when you need to.
Page 263, Chairperson.
Okay.
Apology, Mr. Seleka, is this in bundle 18?
Yes, Eskom Bundle 18.
I've got it.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you just repeat the number for me, please?
You can go to page 263.
It starts at paragraph 89 of your affidavit on
Yes.
transactions. That is the topic of penalties.
Yes.
I'm there, yes, okay.
I would like the chairperson to have Eskom Bundle 14C also next to you, Chair.
I rejected it when
It should just be-
my registrar said it was here because I said, you will tell me when I need
Okay.
it, then it will be brought
Okay.
because there is not much space here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Chair. Thank you. Ms. Daniels, I've looked at your affidavit against the affidavit of Mr. Rishabhan Mutli of CDH, which is the law firm that represented Eskom in the arbitration regarding the 2.17 billion penalty. I appreciate the fact that you came to dealing with the matter I believe it's in 2016, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. It was around September 2016.
What I have seen from Mr. Moodley's affidavit of CDH is their involvement dating back to October 2013. That is at a time when Eskom goes into a cooperation agreement with OCM, yes, under Glencore. Even at that stage, they are given instructions to advise on the penalties. And they give an opinion, a memorandum, which I have indicated as the first opinion to Eskom in regard to the penalties. In October 2013, the 23 October 2013. Already in that opinion, they raise concerns regarding the calculation of the amount. On the one hand, and on the other, they also raise concerns about what they perceive to be Eskom's abandonment of its rights in terms of the agreement. And we will come back to this, issues that they raise. There's interaction from that date onwards between CDH and Eskom, particularly the finance department, in order to try to get to the bottom of the figures. And this leads to a second opinion by CDH on the 17th of March, 2015. In which again, CDH raises concerns in regard to the calculation of the amount. Now, I should indicate that in respect of the first opinion, the amount was not 2.17 billion rand. It had been calculated to be at 1.3 billion rand. Even as at the second opinion, 17 March 2015,
I'm sorry, where did you say the opinions are? The first one?
they will be found, Chair, in the affidavit of Mr. Mutley, which is Eskom Bundle 14. And
Oh, is that the bundle that you wanted me to have?
yes, Chair.
But you
But-
didn't tell me I need it now.
But I want to lay the background so that when Ms. Daniels answers, we can then go into, I want to
Yeah,
create a
let me have
picture.
it.
Eskom Bundle 14C,
What page?
page 891. Page 891. Page 891.
I don't have pages 877.98.
Is it Eskom Bundle 14C?
I've got 879.2, CTH memorandum to Eskom dated 17 February 2017.
891, Chair.
Yes, I know you said 891, but I'm saying that's the last page I have, and the next page is 951. Looks like there are some pages in between
Missing.
that are missing. And I don't remember that I may have taken them out.
Yeah, my junior says hers is also the same.
I've seen the continuation of Moody's affidavit.
The affidavit is missing there. E. Oh. Okay, it seems there's an overflow from 14B to 14C.
The bundle I have is 14C.
Yes, you have 14C.
Is
I
it the
see
correct one?
from my junior that 14B, right at the end of it, has the affidavit. Starting on page 882.
Well, I hope I didn't take the pages out to work on them and then forgot to have them taken back into the bundle.
Yeah, my junior does indicate certain pages are missing in both your bundle and her bundle.
Well, maybe probably the missing pages are in my residence.
Well, they're missing in hers as well. So
Oh, yeah, okay.
we will have to do attend to it.
Okay, I've got Moody's affidavit, but now it means we'll be looking at different bundles and pagination, or you'll use the paragraph numbers.
The page numbers are the same, I see.
Oh, is that
Yes.
so? Okay.
My only concern is whether the annexures are going to be in the right place.
Is it not easier to quickly make copies of exactly the pages that are missing from the other bundle? Well, I don't know. I don't know where the earliest the nearest photocopier may be.
Yes, she's communicating with the bundles people.
Okay, maybe we can go on so long.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the page and paragraph I wish to refer to of this bundle is Eskom bundle 14C. I mean B. For you, Ms. Daniels, it makes no difference. It's page 891.
Yes, sir, I've got that page.
Yeah, paragraph 22. But the bottom line is this. Let me start with that. We can go into the details. Give chairperson a moment. Shall I proceed, Chair?
Does this make a lot of noise?
No, it's just that I want the chairperson's attention.
Yeah, no, I was listening. Yes.
Because I want to lay the building blocks and the chair, I don't want to leave the chair behind.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I want to be on the same step.
Yeah, I'm happy that today you don't want to do that. All right.
Yeah. In short, Ms. Daniels, and before we go into the details, what we see from the concerns raised by the attorneys for Eskom, CDH, in the ultimate end, which leads to the amount being drastically reduced from 2.1 billion to actually 419 million, is a distinction between two periods. There's the penalized period, which is from March 2014 to May 20, it's March 2012 to May 2014. They call it the penalized period. That means, Chair, that's the period when Eskom had imposed penalties and deducted.
What's the period?
March 2012 to May 2014.
Yeah.
Now, they had deducted an amount of 158 million rand from OCM. But in that period,
1 second, Mr. Sleka.
yes, Chair.
Yes, continue.
So that period has, on the one hand, an amount that was actually deducted. This amount gets to be included in the claim. Then it becomes a double claim.
So an amount that was deducted from the claim.
It was deducted from, so it's imposed as a penalty
Yeah, and withdrawn.
deducted from the invoices.
Oh, yes,
yes.
which means OCM paid.
That's right.
They paid the penalties.
Penalties in that
Yes.
period
Yes,
to that amount.
yes.
They still included it in the 2.17 billion claim.
Okay, and how much was that amount?
It's 158 million rand.
Okay, all right.
Now, Chair, let's see whether I can help you. I can talk. Yes. Chairperson, go to page 928 of Eskom Bundle 14, that affidavit of Mr. Motley. There's a table there with the figures. 928. Oh. There's the recording people, Chair, say, when you speak with a mask on, they don't
They
capture
can't hear
you.
me. I thought they could hear me.
No, the sound system doesn't pick up.
Okay,
They might be able to hear you, but the technology fails to hear.
okay, all right.
Yeah. So that table at the bottom of the page, Chairperson, that's a summary of this claim.
And
So the amount,
This table
yes,
shows how the settlement was arrived at, or shows
Yes.
something else?
that's how the settlement was arrived at, Chair.
Oh, okay, all right.
So you will see the amount I'm talking about is in the second row,
Yes.
which is less penalties already deducted.
Oh, from the 577,839,105.42 amount.
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah. So the 158 million rand had already been imposed as a penalty and taken off from OCM. But nonetheless, the executives within Eskom included it in the arbitration claim, thus increasing the claim to 2.17 billion. That's the one aspect. The other aspect, which is not apparent from the table, Chair, is what they refer to as penalties for sizing specification. So they're saying OCM, in that period of March 2012 to May 2014, you delivered coal that was not according to size specification. That penalty amount was 1.4 billion rand. But Eskom had problems with it, in the sense that in succeeding to prove that claim, because they had not complied with the agreement to notify OCM as and when the breach occurred that you have breached. And this is how we're going to calculate the penalty. If you do that, if you don't do that, then you are assumed to have accepted.
You are taken to have had no problem with the coal.
Indeed, Chair.
Yeah.
Indeed, Chair. And you will see.
So the failure to give that notice results in you being barred from raising a claim if you didn't give that notice within the time, the
contemplated.
prescribed time.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Yes. And now this is 3 years later. This is in 2015, March 2012, March 2013, and then May 2014. 3 years later, CD8 says, these are the concerns. You might be taken to have waived your rights because you didn't invoke those rights. That 1.4 billion, Chair, they abandon it.
On that ground. on
There's another
other
ground.
grounds. Okay.
There's another ground. But I think it's a cumulative effect of all these grounds. The other one, and you see this from the memos, Chair. The other one is that Eskom had agreed with OCM in 2015 on specifications, sizing specifications, that now matched the coal that OCM had supplied during the past 3 years. And once they did that, OCM says, so what's your problem? Why are you putting this in the claim? Because you have agreed with us and you didn't suffer any harm to your power station. So that 1.4 billion, which Eskom should have known, ought to have known, they had capitulated on it, but they still included it in the amount. So nothing then gets to be claimed for the period March 2012 to May 2014. Then there is a period from June 2014 to May 2015. Eskom again included a claim for sizing specification. That claim, Chair, had to be abandoned because of that agreement, because of not invoking the clauses that say you are in breach, we will impose the
The
penalty.
notification clause.
Correct. Yeah. And that amount was 744 million rand. What Eskom ultimately pursued against OC, now this is together. This is now in 2016, 2017. What they ultimately pursue against them and then are forced to settle, it's an amount of 419 million. That amount is penalties imposed only in respect of quality specifications. And then from that amount, you find the deductions on page 928 in that table. The total penalty is 419 million rand, and then there's less CV penalty, which is 126. So they are deducting from the amount two further amounts, 126 million and 37 million. And the amount ultimately is 255 million. Ms. Daniels, you followed that.
Yes, I did.
Now, ultimately, the attorneys for Eskom gave what I see from the evidence to be 5 legal opinions where they raise concerns. Could you comment on the correctness or otherwise of what I have explained to the chairperson in regard to how the amount was ultimately reduced? On the one hand, or first and foremost, but on the second or secondary to that, to explain to the chairperson why was the higher amount pursued despite the fact that the officials within Eskom ought to have known that they had already charged OCM in respect of one amount. Why are they double claiming it or sought to do so? And 2, why they sought to incorporate in the claim way after the fact penalties that they had failed to pursue during the first 3 years when the breach occurred.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'm sort of, Mr. Tsaleka did a very good summary there, so I'm not sure how much I'm going to repeat when I say what I say, but you can guide me on that. It is correct what Mr. Tsaleka was saying about how this amount was arrived at. There are really those 2 factors, the double counting and of the 158 million, and the application of the sizing penalty, which in reality was not a penalty of such, but it was really supposed to be a payment reduction for coal received. The formula was set out in the first addendum to the coal contract, and it is correct that the attorneys CDH way back in 2013 had raised the issues that they raised, and both to Eskom's internal legal advisors and to them, and also to the executives responsible in primary energy, in generation, and also the chief executive. So in 2015, just before the decision to institute action, this would have been head of generation was Mr. Machela Koko, the chief executive was Mr. Brian Malefe, and I think the head of primary energy at that time was Mr. Johan Bester. I think he was acting. I think to recall from his testimony that he did raise these concerns with Mr. Koko and Mr. Malefe. The attorneys have been consistent since 2013 in respect of three aspects. Eskom, in terms of its contract management procedure in primary energy, did not provide the proper notices, the proper contract management mechanisms to actually enforce the sizing issues, and in effect waived its rights by doing so. And you will see in the later opinions, Dr. Hofmeyer does talk about the argument for rectification because it seemed to be an unintended consequence. At the time, the issue when the first addendum was concluded, the issue was around sizing and the protection of, the right kind of coal going to the power station. So that was one issue. So the contract management, and that is consistent throughout, that they say, even in the opinion that I asked for in late 2016, they do say that this is an issue that we have in terms of we do not have sufficient evidence to prove that we had invoked our rights, and effectively we had then waived them, so we could not enforce them. The methodology in terms of calculating the other payment reductions was also inconsistent. So that is why you have the quality issues that we have. The unintended consequence of the sizing formula that we had was that certain quality parameters were then not penalized, and that was another issue that Guptas raised. And this was not the first time that this issue was raised in 2016 when the opinion came. If you look at the 2013 opinions that Mr. Seleka mentioned, 2015, you will see that those issues are there. The issues have been consistent throughout. And last but not least, there was also an issue with the manner in which Eskom was sampling the coal. And a further issue was that Optimum did raise that they were not able to meet the sizing requirements, and that the parties then entered into negotiation. And effectively what that negotiation did was then suspend the sizing payment reduction mechanism. So this was, I think you would see it in the documentation around 2014, 2015, when Glencore Optimum said that they would need to renegotiate that. That was part of the cooperation agreement. Now, this was presented to the primary energy people, and it was presented to Mr. Koko and Mr. Malefe at the time. And they, notwithstanding these procedures, insisted on going ahead and claiming the 2.1 billion. Effectively, Mr. Chair, if you took the sizing, if you included the sizing penalty, it took the amount up to 2.1 billion. If you removed it, it was at the 419 mark. So I think there were all those factors, but Mr. Koko and Mr. Malefe insisted on proceeding with the summons, and you will see that when Cliff Decker Hofmeyer issued the letter of demand, they do say that this issue needs to be further investigated and what's
I think
Looks
it
like
is-
there's been an interruption.
Yes. Looks like.
the word? Not. Mr. Thacker, does that cover?
Well, you disappeared, not in terms of your picture, but your voice. We couldn't hear you
Oh, dear.
for a few seconds, maybe 10, maybe 15, I don't know. So we didn't hear you. I think maybe you
Oh,
need
no.
to start that answer afresh.
We lost the signal, Ms. Daniels, when you were talking about CDH sending a letter of demand and they said something further work needs to be done.
Okay. In the letter of demand, when the instruction was provided, this was in 2015, Mr. Chairman, the instruction was provided that that they need to issue the letter of demand. They did indicate that further work needed to be done on assessing the claim, because effectively what the sizing provisions in the first addendum did was, if they were not enforced by Eskom, they actually fell by the wayside. So effectively, like Mr. Seleka explained, they were waived. I think in terms of the agreement, it actually says that the coal, it's not a waiver in the traditional sense, but the coal had, in the event that Eskom does not raise objections, the coal is accepted to have met the quality specs. And CDH indicated that we would have to investigate if that is so. You know, there wasn't enough paperwork at the time, and this was presented, this fact was presented to the executives at the time, and they decided, notwithstanding that, to pursue the claim as instructed.
Yes, thank you. Chair, if we take it step by step, and we start on bundle 14, page 891, paragraph 22. So with that background in mind, we go back to October 2013. Ms. Daniels, you got the page?
You said 822.
891. 891. Eskom bundle
yes.
14, yeah. Paragraph 22. So during October 2013, CDH provided a legal opinion to Eskom relating to the potential penalty claim on the sizing quality parameters under the CSA and addenda thereto, including our preliminary concerns relating to the evidence which would be necessary for such a claim to succeed. And they refer to see item 11 of the bundle. Chairperson, that's the opinion. It's on page 984. Well, let me read further here before we go to it. It says, pursuant to this advice, 984, Chair. The same bundle. Is it? No.
I don't think
No, that's where the overflow comes in.
I don't think I've got 980 something. My last page is 950.
Indeed, Chair. So that's where we overflow to the next. On 14C. 984.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a memorandum on page 984 from Cliff Decker Hofmeyer, dated 23 October 2013, addressed to Mr. Johann Bester. And Chairperson, in this memo, they will then raise the concerns which they refer to in the affidavit.
Yes.
So I will confine myself for present purposes to the affidavit. Well,
Am I right to suspect that we might be using this bundle for some time?
yes, Chair.
So I can get rid of the other two that I've got here
Yeah.
for now.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. But B and C, that B, 14B and C go together, Chair, and I'm sorry you don't have space there. Because the affidavit is in B, 14B, and the annexures are in 14C.
You can see, Ms. Daniels, what they are doing to me.
It's terrible, and this is quite, it's
terrible.
quite complex, Mr. Chair, and I,
Yeah.
to navigate between the two, I do feel sorry for you. I will try my level best to keep it simple.
Yes, okay. I'll keep all the files here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if I may just pick up on certain points in that memorandum, Chair, of 23 October 2013. And this is under the heading coal quality. So that's quality specifications on, it's paragraph 4. And they first set out how you should impose a penalty. In paragraph 4.2, 4.2.1, 4.2.2, and so on. So if you want to claim, as Eskom, a penalty for coal that doesn't comply with quality, you need to invoke those provisions. So Eskom had failed to do so. And then you go to paragraph 4.4, Chair, on page 985. They say, however, the apparent abolishment of Eskom's right, and I think this is the abolishment Ms. Daniels was referring to. Ms. Daniels, you will explain that, to an outright rejection of payment for coal, which fails to comply with the volatile quality parameter, may well have been an unintended consequence of the amendment of the CSA. Ms. Daniels, are you able to explain that statement?
I will try to explain it in simple layman's terms.
Well, let me express my understanding of it, and you can comment on that.
All right.
The way I read it, or I understand it, it seems to me that the CSA was subsequently amended. And with that amendment, Eskom's right to refuse to pay for coal that is non-compliant with quality specifications was abolished, or it was deleted, taken away.
It was essentially, with the first addendum, it was taken away if Eskom did not follow the procedures set out as they set out in 4.3. So yes, it was an unintended consequence. The reason for that, Mr. Chair, was that in a previous arbitration, Eskom lost the case because the arbitrator felt that we could not pay for coal that we had burnt, because it had already gone through. Because the issue here is that the quality results would only become known once Eskom had burnt the coal. It's gone through the power station. So the argument was that we had had the benefit of using the coal, even if it was at a lower grade, but we had burnt the coal and therefore we had gotten value for it and we ought to pay for it. And in the first addendum, that was the reasoning that led us to put the sliding scale for qualities. Volatility is one of those issues that it needs to allow the coal to ignite and spark, and this was an unintended consequence that the attorneys picked up. But in the overall picture, it wasn't really an abolition of the penalty regime, because we made it more equitable for both supplier and Eskom. That was the rationale at the time. And I think these are the problems that the attorneys picked up as the application of that provision.
Yeah, it's hard to follow that explanation. But anyway, they say it may well have been an unintended consequence. Then they go further to say the nature of the volatiles of coal is that should it exceed the prescribed range contemplated in clause 4.4.1 of part 2 of schedule 1 to the CSA, it is relatively incombustible and of no or little use to Eskom. That being the case, Eskom may want to consider bringing a claim for the rectification of the CSA and addenda in order to ensure that the intention of the parties is correctly portrayed. As the CSA with the first addendum thereto currently stands, Eskom's remedy for coal, which does not meet the volatiles quality parameter, is limited to the payment reduction contemplated in clause 3.6 of the first addendum, and the other remedies provided, bracket specific performance, close bracket therein. Now, then they go on to say, provided that Eskom has evidence of the people who negotiated the first addendum available to prove a common mistake, and that the arbitrator shall rectify the common mistake of the parties. Now, there's two things. Firstly is whether if the amendment brought about an unintended consequence, the attorneys are saying, you will have to bring people who negotiated that amendment to come and show that this was indeed a common mistake between the parties in order for you to succeed with a rectification remedy. Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct.
Yeah. So you will need the evidence of the people who negotiated. On the other hand, they say the remedy available to you under the circumstance, in the present circumstances, is what is contemplated in clause 3.6, which they set out in paragraph 4.2 in the previous page. Is that correct?
I'm just reading. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in terms of clause 3.6, this is what Eskom needed to do. 4.2.1. In the event that any quality parameter is not met for a 3-day rolling period, no adjustment shall be made to the purchase price. So you pay the full purchase price.
Yes, that's correct.
On the
Even if there was an issue
Yes.
with any of the quality parameters. But this would imply that Eskom kept proper records.
I see. That's the first 3-day rolling period. Let's go to the
Yes.
next one. 4.2.2 says, in the event that any quality parameter is not met for any 4-day rolling period, so in the period of 4 days, you have failed to meet the quality spec, then Eskom shall only pay 90% of the purchase price for such coal.
That's correct.
But then again, it requires you to monitor the situation.
Yes, it requires, and that's why the integrity of the sampling process that you will see CDH talks about later on was so paramount, because in order for this to work, Eskom would have to have records of daily, if not hourly, monitoring so that we could have a proper average.
Yes, and it goes on like that to to the next page, paragraph 423. If after 5 days, the supplier is supplying coal that doesn't meet quality specification, that Eskom has an entitlement to pay only 75%. And if it's a breach over 6 days, then they only pay 50%. If it's a breach over 7 days or more, then it's calculated differently.
Yes.
The purchase price shall be reduced to R1 per ton.
Yes, that's correct.
That's on quality. But Eskom had not invoked this clause.
No, it had not.
And that red flag is raised way back in 2013.
Yes, it is. And it's repeatedly raised it's consistently raised in CDH's communication with Eskom.
Yes. So it's a bit of a technical territory. And I'm trying to move slowly.
Yeah, no. No, I understand.
Yes.
It needs
Careful consideration.
patience.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, that's fine.
That's why I thought I would start with the bottom line.
Yeah,
And then we can build up the picture from there.
no, that's fine.
Yeah. So that's on quality. On sizing, that's quality specifications, because there's two specs, Chair, we are dealing with here. There's quality and size. Size comes on page 986.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's risk for Eskom on the imposition of payment reduction for coal which fails to comply with sizing specification. Risk for Eskom. Now they're going to set out the risk. And they say in paragraph 6, one of the major concerns Eskom has raised is the apparent failure or refusal by OCM to supply and deliver to the Eskom Hendrina Power Station coal which complies with the average monthly size distribution contemplated in clause 3.4.3 of the first addendum to the CSA. The apparent failure or refusal by OCM to supply Eskom has not imposed any penalty or payment reduction for the continued failure by OCM to supply and deliver to it coal complying with the sizing specification, but now it intends to do so. However, during the past few months, a number of issues of concern have been raised. Should Eskom decide to impose the payment reduction for the period May 2012 to date? These concerns are inter alia the following: the credibility of the sampling process used to analyze compliance with the sizing specification of the coal supplied and delivered to the Hendrina Power Station by OCM, which OCM has placed in dispute. And Chairperson, then they explained that, and what's important is what you see on the next page, page 987. That paragraph at the top of the page, I want to read, to capture it there where it says, the 3 lines to the bottom of it. However, of concern for Eskom should be the statement made in its internal report titled Hendrina Hammer Sampler Audit, dated 7 June 2013, as prepared by Mr. Kulekane Dladla, which records the following about the current sampling process. The hammer sampler misalignment is the major concern with regards to the reliability and representativeness of sample issues experienced with the hammer sampler. The original equipment supplier must be contacted in order to repair the misalignment of the hammer sampler. The sampling system can then be audited again once this issue has been resolved. Ms. Daniels, can you explain that? That concern?
In essence, Eskom was not able to sample properly at that stage, Mr. Chairman. It was defective, the sampling system, so it was riddled with errors.
So, in other words, whereas Eskom was now intending to charge or to impose a penalty for quality that did not comply with sizing specification, Eskom had, the attorneys were identifying that, but you do have a problem in that intention or in that pursuit because your sampling process is not in order.
Well, Mr. Seleka, I would put it a little bit strongly if I remember what was happening at the time. I think the sampling system, not that CDH was saying we have a problem, I think they were saying that we can't actually prove our case.
I see.
Until we fix the hammer sampling process, and that was an issue at the time, that we would actually not be able to prove reliably that the supplier failed to meet the sizing requirements.
Yes. Thank you. Chairperson, there's further
I'm sorry.
details.
Ordinarily, how would you prove that the sizing requirement had been met on normal circumstances?
Standard operating procedure, Mr. Chair, there would be a sampling process determined at a determined timing period. This was on a conveyor into the power station, so there would be samples taken at different parts of the conveyor. That will then be taken to a lab, and there would be, a composite sample tested, and those results would be made available to both the supplier and to Eskom. What was happening here was that the the hammer sampler was not taking regular samples. It was not taking comparable samples, like for like sizes. So the test results were always in dispute.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So the problem was that you had no records to prove the results of any testing that may have been done, or the
Yes,
the testing had not been done, hence you didn't have the records.
Or if the testing was done, the records were faulty and not consistent.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So it was effectively Eskom's own failure to do what they were supposed to do.
Yes, at that time, and
that time.
yeah, it was a mess, if I can use that word.
Okay.
Ms. Daniels, where were you at the time, October 2013?
I think I was in
Well,
group commercials.
yeah, that's a very broad question. What was your position at Eskom at the time?
I think I had moved from primary energy to the office of the group executive or the chief commercial officer. So primary energy was one of the divisions.
Yeah. So this, yeah, just go ahead. I'll ask you.
Okay. So yeah, I had, Mr. Chair, the familiarity with some of the the operational issues with Optimum is because Optimum was one of the first contracts that I managed when I got to Eskom in 2006. So when it was first sold to BHP Billiton to Optimum, I managed the due diligence process. So I do have a little bit more insight than what is normally, what's the word, expected of like a lawyer or something, because I worked on the operational side at that time.
Okay. So there's 7 more points. And
Yeah.
you will tell me how much detail should be laid on the table here.
Well, continue. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's on specific sizing spec, that's the first concern under 7.1. Then you go to 7.2, the attorneys are raising another point of concern. And they say the contention by OCM is on page 987. The contention by OCM that the sizing specification contemplated by the first addendum is no longer properly and/or realistically representative of the coal which the OCM colliery could reasonably be expected to achieve from exploiting the coal deposits constituting the Optimum colliery. Ms. Daniel, are you able to explain that?
What it meant, Mr. Chair, is that the sizing specifications as set out in the first addendum, the supplier could no longer meet.
So is it an impossibility of performance?
That's the legal term, that's correct, Mr. Seleka. What that then meant is, in terms of the agreement, the parties needed to renegotiate the sizing specification.
Which is
and
what?
during that,
Sorry, I interrupted you. Proceed.
and during that period, then the sizing price reduction formula would not be applied.
Yes. And we see the renegotiation on the next page. Page 988, paragraph 7.2.2.
Yes.
Says,
So-
let me read it. Eskom and OCM are also currently renegotiating the sizing specification. Should Eskom impose the payment reduction, this could potentially be used against Eskom. Should it be established during a dispute resolution process relating to the sizing renegotiation that it is not realistically possible for OCM to supply and deliver the sizing specification contemplated by the first addendum. You may comment.
That is what I was talking about. So during that period when there was the renegotiation, those provisions that you read out earlier, Mr. Seleka, would not apply.
I see.
That is how it's written in the first addendum.
Yes. Then there is paragraph 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5, which raises further concerns. 7.3 says the risk that should Eskom set off the payment reduction for OCM's apparent failure to comply with the sizing specification, OCM will attempt to terminate the CSA on the basis that Eskom is not entitled to impose the prepayment reduction, inter alia for the following reasons. The sampling process used to determine the payment reduction is not credible. So I think this goes back to the HEMA sampling tool.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So combining that we did not have a credible sampling process with the fact that we are now renegotiating the sizing issue,
Yes.
meant that Eskom could actually not apply the payment reduction provisions in the contract. And what CDH is saying is that this would give the supplier, if in the event that we should apply the payment reduction penalty, mechanisms, that it could lead to the supplier cancelling the contract.
Yeah. I think you've touched on both 7.3.1 and 7.3.2. I mean, if you're busy renegotiating, why would you set off, deduct? And they say that would be a bona fide conduct. I mean, a mala fide.
Mala fide conduct.
That's right, not justified and not bona fide.
And that also led to the double counting that you referred to earlier, Mr. Seleka.
Yeah. Then 7.4 says the risk that the payment reduction could be deemed as an excessive penalty stipulation in terms of the Conventional Penalties Act 15 of 1962. No documents have been provided which reflects the financial loss or damage to Eskom to date, or in the medium to long term as a result of OCM's failure to comply with the sizing specification. Well, that speaks for itself, isn't it?
Yes, that is what I was trying to explain earlier with the earlier arbitrations that we had, where the arbitrators would say, but you can't prove damage to your power station, yet you've burnt the coal.
Yeah. 7.5 says Eskom has waived its rights to impose and subsequently enforce the payment reduction for certain of the months OCM failed to supply and deliver coal which complies with the sizing specification due to Eskom failure to inform OCM of the payment reduction and calculation thereof timeously as required by the terms and conditions of the CSA, read with the addenda. I think that too speaks for itself.
Yes.
Okay, that concludes the concerns in regard to sizing specification. Now, back to that background Chairperson I sought to paint. the penalty for sizing was a huge amount of the 2.1 billion. It was a huge amount, 1.4 billion. And because of these reasons, Eskom couldn't pursue that claim. But what it means is, Ms. Daniels, this claim could never have been pursued in the first place.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. It was essentially a paper exercise.
Yeah.
And the purpose being?
Well, I think the purpose here was to at that stage it was Glencore. Glencore had come with, because they owned Optimum at that stage.
I thought that you didn't want, Eskom didn't want, Glencore didn't want a renegotiation. They wanted to pin Glencore down to the terms of the agreement, or is that much later? Is that a different time? Is that a different time? I may have missed something. I know that
Yeah.
Glencore sought a renegotiation of the coal price in terms of the agreement. And that was during, well, even before Mr. Brimley arrived. But when he arrived, he was rigid that that would not happen. And he admits that. So that's not the time you're talking about.
My apology, Mr. Chair. I made a mistake with the timing sequence. This is 2013.
Yes.
When this first opinion was arrived at.
Yes.
In this time, there was still the cooperation agreement being negotiated.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So I think it's just to put it into context.
Okay.
At this point in time, there was still a good relationship with the supplier.
Okay.
But the supplier had already indicated hardship, which was one of the provisions in this cooperation negotiations.
Okay.
And this is why these issues were asked of the attorneys to opine on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Slager?
Yes. Indeed, Chair, the cooperation agreement was concluded on the 23rd of May 2014. So the following year,
Okay.
the cooperation agreement was concluded,
Okay.
which gets to be terminated only in 2015.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what precisely did Eskom in 2013 want the renegotiations of the agreement to be about? Ms. Daniels?
From my understanding, Mr. Chair, it was the coal quality issues were raising its head again, notwithstanding the amendments to the contract in terms of the first addendum.
Yeah.
And the supplier already was having issues meeting the sizing, which was a big issue for Eskom. And that is where these issues started. But I must give you context that this has always been an issue with Optimum, and it required close management from both parties' side.
Okay, all right. Mr. Slager?
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I see is about 6:10. Should I pace myself to finish by 6:30? Or to stop?
Let's pay, well, put it this way. If you are not done at 6:30, and there are still important issues.
Okay.
We can look at adjourning for the day and then finding another hour or whatever. If Ms. Daniels would make the time, I'm sure she would make. It's a question of what date.
Yes.
I am aware that on Tuesday evening I've got an evening session, but I don't know whether you and I already made any arrangements for an evening session on Monday.
No.
If we haven't, subject to Ms. Daniels being available, we could try and finish with her on Monday.
Yeah, the Monday witness is Mr. Kokoche.
Yes.
So,
So you think we might need to go into the evening with him?
we can't put anybody in the evening there.
Eh?
We can't put anybody in the evening. It's a huge risk.
But we could try and find some time, one of the evenings next week.
Yes.
That will be fine.
Does that
That will be
sound
okay.
more or less so fine with you, Ms. Daniels?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that will be
Yes.
in order.
Okay, all right. So I think let's continue until 6:30,
Yes.
and then we can adjourn and continue on some evening next week.
Yes. Yes, Chair. I will tell the person at the end. So, Ms. Daniels, then, those are the
I wanted
concerns.
to ask you, Mr. Selega, was whether there was, you were moving away from that opinion without going to the conclusion thereof deliberately.
No, I'm not moving away yet.
Oh, okay.
There's-
I thought you were moving away. Okay.
No.
All
There
right.
is the last point on quantity specification. The last point on quantity, Ms. Daniels, that is raised immediately after paragraph 7.5. You see the heading in respect of coal quantity.
Yes, that's correct.
You see that. But what they do first, paragraph 8, 8.1, 8.2, 8.3 to 8.4, they set out the terms of the contract. And the concerns are raised then on the next page, page 989, under the heading Conveyor Availability Dispute. Paragraph 8.5 then reads, Eskom's right to impose a penalty for short supply of coal has also been disputed by OCM on the basis that Eskom is not entitled to impose a penalty for short supply due to the unavailability of the conveyor system operated by Eskom. 8.5.1, OCM contends that its failure to supply and deliver the required quantity of coal per month is directly linked to the unscheduled stoppages of the conveyor system by Eskom. Eskom has disputed OCM's contention that unavailability of the conveyors is directly as a result of Eskom's conduct and reserved its rights to claim the penalty pending the finalization of the dispute relating to the conveyor availability. It will need to be considered, paragraph 8.6, it will need to be considered whether the dispute relating to the conveyor availability should be joined with the hardship arbitration and future dispute relating to the entitlement of Eskom to impose the payment reduction. Ms. Daniels, I've had the benefit of going through all of this memos and all the way to the end of the settlement. And I have struggled to find a penalty being pursued by Eskom in regard to short supply. Your comment?
Mr. Seleka, based on what I've seen from the documentation, Eskom, in the first instance, reduced the supply, the quantity in the first addendum to not the 5.5 million tons. It was reduced. There's a figure in there. And always the issues around the conveyor availability made this very difficult for Eskom to actually impose the penalties, if not impossible, because it was always on the back foot in terms of it not performing 100%.
Yes, because, well, that's fine, but you will recall from the settlement that ultimately the penalty that was pursued and on the basis of which a settlement was concluded related only to quality. I don't know whether you can recall offhand.
Don't recall offhand, I would just have to look, but quality, that was the only aspect that we could actually prove on a balance of probabilities.
Yes. Then, Chair, the conclusion then follows after that, and it's a summary of what we have traversed. Should I read it to the record, Chair?
Well, not necessarily,
Not
if
necessarily.
you don't think there is any significance to
Yeah.
it for your purposes.
Yeah. I think the points raised in the body of the memorandum covers the issues,
Okay.
which are then summarized in the conclusion. So let's go back to Mr. Moodley's affidavit. And that paragraph 22,
Are you going back to
the affidavit, which
the
is
affidavit?
in 14B, at the end of 14B. Page, for your purposes, Ms. Daniels, is page 891.
Thank you, Mr. Seleka.
We were at paragraph 22.
Okay. So you said you are going to bundle
14B,
14B,
page 8.
Moodley's affidavit,
Yes, Chair.
and paragraph 22, you said?
22, yes, which is on page 89. 891. Oh.
Okay, I've got
Yes,
it.
thank you. So we had read the first part of that paragraph until item 11 of the bundle, which is what we were reading. Let me read it again. So during October 2013, CDH
Sorry, Mr. Seleka.
Yes.
I see that you're going back to this affidavit at 19 minutes past.
Yes.
If you think we can make use of the next 12 minutes or 11 minutes effectively, we can continue. But I'm thinking just in case you are starting something that might be better started when we will have more time.
Oh,
But if we can make use of it, we can make use of it.
I hear the chairperson. I think I will end with this paragraph,
Okay,
because the next thing is the second opinion,
okay, no,
and
that's
that
fine.
requires a time of its own.
Okay, no, that's fine then.
So, so the paragraph, let me just read this. It said, during October 2013, CDH provided a legal opinion to Eskom relating to the potential penalty claim on the sizing quality parameters under the CSA and addenda thereto, including our preliminary concerns relating to the evidence which would be necessary for such a claim to succeed. And then they refer us to that opinion which we've read. Ms. Daniels, you follow?
Yes, I'm following.
Pursuant to this advice, an extensive exercise was embarked upon in order to consider and review the methodology Eskom needed to apply, or should have applied, in calculating the penalties for various coal quality parameters under the CSA. The reason being that Eskom itself was unclear as to how the penalty regime contained in the first addendum to the coal supply agreement should be applied. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
So it begs the question, how does one then adamantly say, or forcefully say, OCM needed to pay us 2.17 billion rand, when you as the claimant don't even know how to arrive at the amount? Do you have a comment?
Mr. Seleka and Mr. Chair, this was, in 2015, when the decision was made, the executives did not listen to any reason. They were determined to go ahead, and notwithstanding these flaws, which actually didn't get any better, they persisted with the claim and actually, I think, excluded for a time period even the internal legal departments from the discussions with the supplier.
I'm not sure if I understand that. Mr. Selaga's question is, how do you proceed or pursue a claim against somebody in circumstances where you are not clear as to how to apply the agreement on which the claim is based? I think that's the question.
Correct.
So the least that can be expected is that if you pursue a claim based on an agreement, you know, at least you should know how to apply that agreement or that claim in terms of the agreement. So if you pursue it in circumstances where you are unclear how to apply it, it calls for an explanation. How do you do that?
But you would have to.
Are you able to throw light on that?
I'm not able to throw light on that, Mr. Chair, because I was not there at the time, but you would have to ask Mr. Molefe and Mr. Koko for the basis on which they made those decisions, because you will see from the evidence that, the advice did not change.
Yes.
And you will see later on
Well,
that
Mr. Molefe
even...
wasn't there, so maybe Mr. Koko. 2013, Mr. Molefe wasn't there, isn't it?
Yeah, but what happened in 2013, you'll remember they did try and do the cooperation negotiations. That was from 2014 onwards. So there was work done, And they went into primary energy and Glencore, Eskom and Glencore went into these discussions, and they were quite extensive. And that is how they ended up with the increased price.
So to
Mr.
explain
Silver.
it properly, Ms. Daniels, then you will say yay or nay to this. So, Chair, in 2013, the parties are still negotiating what culminates into an agreement in 2014. There is no claim yet, but CDH is engaged to advise on what is potentially a claim. The agreement is meant for the parties to cooperate to reach a commercial, amicable agreement going forward. That agreement, which would have then changed the main agreement between the parties, the co-supply agreement, was terminated after Mr. Molefe comes there. And that's when the penalties then are sought to be enforced. And that happens on the 22nd of June, 2015. And so then that question arises, given all this information given to you already in October 2013, how do you, with a clear mind, a clear conscience, pursue that claim when this information is already given to you? And that question arises at that stage. And on that note, Chair, I think I will pause there because we will be then going into the second leg of this exercise, which is just as detailed as the first one.
Would your estimate be that we might need an hour or 2 hours?
2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And would it not be better that Ms. Daniels should have completed her evidence before certain witnesses testify, such as Mr. Bramlefe? Or not necessarily? I'm thinking about not necessarily.
I think not necessarily, Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I have mulled over that,
Yeah,
but because of the opinions
yeah,
which we rely on in Mr. Moodley's affidavit,
yeah. Okay.
yeah,
No, that's fine. The missing pages from one of the bundles that we were talking about, I would be glad if
okay. Chair, it's sorted.
it is sorted.
It is sorted.
So, okay, all right. So if that can be included in the bundle, then as soon as we
Yes,
adjourn,
yes.
and then registrar, I would like you to make sure that the protectors will know which bundle that is,
Yes.
so that they can show it to me later on which bundle that one is, which had missing pages, which will now be inserted, I guess. I do suspect now that I did take out the missing pages to
Really?
read them some time back, and I suspect that they were not taken back, and I should have them
We'll double
at
check.
home. But because those have been prepared, they can be put in. I may have made some notes on those ones, and if so, I will just replace them.
Okay, I will check your file, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Chairperson, may I bring to your attention
Yeah,
the following in regard to Mr. Anod Singh.
yes,
He has brought an application, or is bringing an application for a postponement. I saw the email during the lunchtime, so they've printed out a copy for me. The chair will remember that he's scheduled to testify on the 3rd of March, which is next week, Wednesday. So maybe we need some direction in regard to whether they should come to argue this application before the chairperson, because summons were issued for him to appear.
yeah. Well, they'll have to do that.
Okay.
And it shouldn't be. It might be late. It shouldn't be argued on the day he's supposed to be here. It should be argued before,
Oh,
so that if it's granted,
yes,
maybe the day could be used
was
for another witness.
indeed.
But I will read the application. I'm not aware of it yet, or it
Should I
has
hand it
not
up?
been launched, or it has been launched,
It has been,
or it's still on the way.
no, it is here. I can hand up a hard copy, Chair.
Yeah, no, don't hand it up.
I should
It should be sent to me
okay.
in the other way, other than handing it up.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, next week I'm continuing with Eskom-related evidence, and the witnesses that are lined up. Who is testifying on Monday?
It's Mr. Koko,
Mr. Koko Tuesday.
Mr. Brown Molefe,
Yes, and Wednesday is supposed to be Mr.
Mr. Anod Singh,
And
and
then,
on Thursday is Miss Bianca Goodson.
yeah. And Friday, is Miss Brown not coming next week? The former minister.
No, I think Eskom has only 4 days next week. Yeah.
Is that so?
Yeah.
But is there another day where Miss Brown has been put in? Because I was
I
under the
haven't-
impression during March.
Yeah, no, I'm not aware yet.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
all right. Okay, that's fine. So that will have to be done. She will have to be scheduled to give evidence because she has to deal with some important issues.
Yeah.
So after next week, if all the witnesses that you are lined up for next week, they are all done, you would be left with Miss Brown and how
Minister.
many others?
There's Minister Zwane as well,
Oh, and Minister Zwane.
which we intend calling.
Yeah,
Mr. Romeo Kumalo,
yeah.
and the chairperson has made a request for, well, it has to be finalized with you, Chair. Mr. Eric Wood,
Oh, yeah,
Mohammed Bobat,
yeah. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine.
yeah.
Okay, so just for the public, so next week we'll be continuing with Eskom-related evidence. Okay, we are going to adjourn. So Ms. Daniels, the legal team will be in touch with you with regard to an evening session next week.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. We adjourn.
Thank you. Suzanne?